La 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 la. La 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 la. So I get everything up and going. Lead on me, where eyes unglide, of memory. Ah. La, 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 la. Alrighty, I think we're good to go. All right. Where were we? Ah, yes, that's right. We were going to get this squad done. La da da, la da da, la da, la da, la da da, la da da. La da da, la da, la da da, la da da. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to another edition of uh, Warhammer painting and just random stuff that we talk about for D&D, or well, random stuff we talk about and D&D. Kind of a deal. So yeah, let's kind of get into it. Uh, and if anyone's interested, they can join the chat via the Discord on my YouTube. And yeah, it's be a really, really fun time. Invite everybody. And yeah, let's get to it. All right, excellent. Let's see. Do I have a finished sergeant? I mean, I know I gotta. I know I gotta. I know I got pictures, but I'd rather just have the actual sergeant. This one. This one? I think it's this one. This one's a small one. This one feels like a small one. It is this one. Just pull you out real quick. There we go. Ah. La da da, la da da, la da da, la da da, la da da. La da da, la da da, la da da, la da da. Bum 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 bum. I've got songs that are stuck in my head. Ba-ba-doo. Boo-doo, ba-doo. Ba-doo, ba-doo. I'll let everyone know that I'm actually streaming. Boo-doo, ba-doo. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. All right, good. Oh, I forgot to do the link. Damn it. Gotta do the link. Gotta do the link. Have to do the link. All right. All right, okay. Alright. Let's get started. I saw the light through the sky. On the wind I had a sigh. As the snowflakes covered my fallen brothers, I will sing this last goodbye. The night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Oh, yeah. Just making sure everyone knows about the stream. Alright, good. And I'm going to grab my milk tea real quick. Just make sure that I've got that on standby. And my iPod to listen while I'm painting. Until people actually start coming into the chat. It'll help me focus. And yeah, we'll be right back. All right, good. Hey, Sprue. How are you? Not bad. I am doing well. We're painting, like I said. Same here, Stormtroopers. Well, Stormtroopers and Stormtroopers. Star Wars Legacy here. Oh, very good. Not many peeps online. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay if there's not many people online. That's all right. Have you been playing many Star Wars Legacy games? Sprue? I don't play the game. I just build the kits. No, no, no. You don't need to apologize. Building the kits is fun. You should post on Discord if you're still on it. what you've been working on, man. I would love to see your work. Do you play many tabletop games? I play. Hold on. So I play, well, D&D, Warhammer 40K, uh, Warhammer Fantasy. I've got some army. I got some Empire pieces of Warhammer Fantasy, which could also be translated to Age of Sigmar. I know I play online games. Yes, I do. I do play online games. But yeah, it, if ever I'm able to get a game in Warhammer, which I haven't been able to since I've been in Japan, uh, uh, but um, yeah, just like Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, all that stuff. Yeah, it's just really good. It's really good fun. Well, when I'm able to play, right? Um, but yeah. So I'm debating what skin color I'm going to do this guy in because all of my old models are in the standard Cadian pattern, flesh tone, and I never was good at other skin tones. Never had been. It always looked. It didn't look right, basically. Like I would paint them, like brown or black or what have you, and it would always look cartoonish, caricature-ish. So I just sticked with the regular Cadian color, Cadian flesh, as it used to be called. Or actually, well, as a elf flesh, as it used to be called. So, um, but I want to like venture out into different skin tones. I just am not good at it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get myself some water. Sorry about that, guys. Bathroom just hit me at the same time when I was going to go get water. Yeah, I hate flesh tones. Yeah, I want to make flesh tones. I want to make good skin tones and all that stuff on my models. It just I suck at it, and it looks cartoonish, and so I don't want to be seen as making like skin tones and making my models look cartoonish. I want to do an actual good job of the skin tones. So I need it red. Just doing lid blaster over the black on blasters. Oh, yeah. Oh. Tedious? Or what? Low? Yeah, I know. It's super tedious. Yeah. I completely forgot you were streaming. It's okay. It's alright, Neve. Despite the fact that I received your notification about you streaming, it's okay. If you want to crash into the voice chat, that's fine too. Brain fog, bad. Yeah, it's okay. We'll do currently eating midday cereal. No, it's alright. Gotta get that cookie crisp. Spruce says, hi, Neve. And Neve says, hi, Sprue. Guessing they're watching on YouTube. Yes, they are. I'm actually painting along with you. Yeah. I have no time to paint right now. Currently topoli retopologing CG model. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is it the clothing? No, the body. Yeah. Body needs to be done in a certain way so it can deform in rigging. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Is it
Oh,
working? Yes, it is working. Hello.
hello. Ah, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just painting.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh well, I haven't had a chance to paint in a hot minute because I've just been busy.
Mm,
I've been a
that,
busy boy.
that's a big mood. It's a very big mood.
I have been what as many people would say humping. Just jobbing it.
Sorry, what did you say before that?
So okay, a little bit of military jargon.
Okay. Because I'm about to say I've never heard it be called that. I've heard something else be called that, but not that.
So so when you go on a hump, right?
Uh-huh.
It's normally a march, a very long march.
Okay, okay.
So when you know when you're working long hours or you're like
Uh-huh.
or like you're like in deep in something, that's called
Yep.
that's called the hump, right?
Okay.
So when
Mm-hmm.
everyone's like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna do this. We gotta hump this," we're just like, no." So yes, I understand. There's other connotations to the hump,
More common connotations,
more
yeah.
common connotations, but uh,
Listen, I am a child. You should have known that this would be my reaction.
oh my sweet summer child.
I was born in the uh
Well, so yeah, I've been busy. I've been a busy boy.
okay. But yeah, no, that's a big mood.
So
One you know way too well.
yeah, one I know way too well, way too well. Uh, yeah. So I saw your Twitter video the other day.
The
The
one where
the one where
blew off.
the bodice just exercised off the chest and landed on the ground and was like no, and I could literally hear you just silently dying inside as like I was just like when I made the comment of yes, the sound of Neve dying, like
Yeah, it was just a.
just
I did have like the tech guy come over and be like, "You've been doing a lot of sighing. Is it going okay?" And I'm just like, I figured out what the problem is to why that was happening, but like at that point in time, it was very frustrating.
so why was it happening that way?
Okay, so first of all, just to give you a bit of background, Marvelous Designer is a very finicky program. If everything isn't exactly how it likes it, it only takes the smallest nudge for it to start playing up.
Okay.
In this case, reason it had decided that my model was much too small, even though I had scaled it up already. So I had to take it into Maya once more and make it the equivalent of 150 meters tall.
Holy shit!
And only then did it decide, yeah, okay, I can work with this.
You made your character a big dommy mommy.
It's kind of ironic because like at one point when I was sorting out her dress and doing the draping, once again the tech guy came over and was just like, "Huh, her dress is looking a bit like Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil," and I was just like, "That's more accurate than you know." Because like the skirt was a bit too tight, so you could see like the outline of her buttocks in
Oh
the
yeah,
tower.
yeah,
Of
yeah.
course, you can see tall lady's butt.
Yeah, tall ladies, but big dummy mommy. Yeah, of course. Um,
Mhm.
no, I was just curious, like 150 meters, and it decided, okay, we're just gonna work with that. Jesus.
Yeah. So it's been a nightmare to get back into ZBrush, and then of course having to scale it back down, and it's just like, yep, okay, you're no longer the Empire State Building.
Well, I was about to say, funny thing, I think that's twice the size of the Statue of Liberty, because
Yeah.
I think the Statue of Liberty is only 75 meters, if I
How
remember correctly.
tall is the Statue of Liberty? I can't believe I made Persephone into a kaiju. Um, and yeah, the Statue of Liberty is 93 meters tall.
93 meters. I was about to say, I didn't think it was 100 meters even. I thought it was like smaller. I thought it was 75, but
It
still,
was big for the time that it was built, but
yeah.
since then things bigger have been built.
Well, it's also copper and
Mm.
bronze are super heavy materials to build.
That's
Like,
why I said it. It was really impressive
like,
at the time,
l-
anyway. But since then, bigger things have been built.
like that's one thing that a lot of people forget is that like when you talk about architecture, gravity plays a huge factor. Um, when it comes to like skyscrapers and the materials that you build, because the bigger the object, the obviously the greater the gravity,
Mm.
Matt.
Yeah, it's like the Angels of the North. That's made out of like weathering steel, concrete, and copper, and that is only 20 meters.
Yeah.
And that's like considered like this huge landmark here in Britain. Um, the only thing that's we don't really do giant landmarks in Britain, apart from, of course, in London where they have the things like the Gherkin and now the Shard. How big is the Shard? 1 second.
I don't think it's that big. I think.
No, it's 310 meters.
Oh well, call me wrong on that one. I for some reason I thought it was because like when I was at the Eye of London, like,
The London Eye.
well, yeah, yeah, yeah. The London Eye, right? I looked at this like you could see the shard, and you're just like, that's not that big, kind
I mean,
of.
the
Well,
London Eye is 135 meters.
yeah, well,
Big Ben is 96 meters. Buckingham Palace 24 meters. Tower Bridge is 65 meters tall.
that's one place I didn't get to go to.
Oh, really?
Um,
You've never been to Tower Bridge?
so I was never at the London Tower, uh, the Tower
Tower
of
of London.
London. Sorry, the Tower of London, and I was never at Tower Bridge. Um, I was there when my grandfather took me there the first time around,
Mhm.
but they were doing some sort of restorative work, so you weren't able to go to the actual tower. Um, and the Tower Bridge, I think we just walked across it. Like
Mm.
it's been, I mean, he took me when I was in middle school, so that I was I think 13 at the time.
Mm.
Um, so it was 21 years ago, so I can't remember
Yeah.
everything about it. Um,
Last time I went to Tower Bridge, my dad took me, and that was on like I think that was the same day as oh fuck, what are they called? Will and Kate's marriage.
oh,
That's the
okay,
the
all
older
right,
brother.
yeah,
And originally he wanted to take me to the park so we could watch it, watch the procession and everything. But of course, hundreds of people had, of course, camped out, so we weren't going to get a proper view. We were just watching a giant TV screen. We
yeah,
could have gotten a better view at home. So I just kind of looked at him and went, well, I'm not really interested in this anyway. But because everyone else is going to be here, that means the rest of like the monuments and the attractions are going to be less busy. So he was just like, oh, that's a really good point. So we decided to go to a few of like the monuments and attractions. So we went to first of all we went to the monument of the Great Fire of London, which is 62 meters tall. And it has like this spiraling staircase that you have to like walk up the entire way. And after you come back, you walk up and come back down. They give you a certificate for doing it. Well, my dad had the great idea, with me being an asthmatic, making me run up it.
Oh no.
And then he just saw like, oh, you must be really unfit. You're really out of breath. You're really struggling. Your face is all red. And I'm just like, Dad, I have asthma. I'm not out of breath. So I'm not unfit. I'm dying right now.
So I did go up St. Paul's Cathedral steps,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a bit of a hike.
Yeah,
Uh, uh, all the way up to the dome, right?
yeah.
Um, I did. Let's see, what else did I do? Oh, there was one other place that like the stairs were forever. Uh, I can't remember. Again, it was 21 years ago. So, because I didn't go to St. Paul's the second time around when I was with Caitlin. We went to
Mm.
like Dover and all the other places that like normally I didn't get to go to when I was a kid. Um, uh, Actually, I lied. There was two places I did go to as a kid that I did go to when I was with Caitlin in England, stationed there. I went to Duxford,
Mm-hmm.
uh, RAF Duxford. That was always fun, and we got to see air shows and whatnot. And then Caitlin and I went to um, uh, what was it? King's Cross Harrods, the big
Yeah,
Harrods at King's Cross. So
yeah.
that's that was always fun. Big department store,
Yeah,
lots of.
I know.
Well, for the people that are watching that don't know,
Okay.
big department store, lot of luxury items, lot of.
It's like it's literally what all department stores were basically based off after. It's the big original department store.
Yeah, yeah. Funny thing, they actually did have when I was there. I didn't know what Games Workshop was at the time, being 13, but they actually did have a small Games Workshop stand with very lovely painted models and whatnot, and I was like, "That looks cool."
Well,
Uh,
yeah, that's the whole thing about Harrods. Like they used, I don't know if it is still their slogan, but they used to say things like, "Oh, if we don't have it, it's not worth having."
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and or rather, if we don't have it, then you get your money back or whatever. There was
yeah,
like something like that. And I remember apparently at one point someone tried to test it by like asking, "Oh, can we have?" Calling up and be like, "Oh, I want to have an elephant sandwich."
yeah.
And they're like, well, what kind of elephant? Indian or African? And I'm like, African elephant. We've sold out of African elephant, so we
we
can't give
we
you that
we
sandwich.
had a we
And
had a we had a run on it just recently.
it's like that. That's like, I that's a story that I've been told. I don't know how true it is. It might just be like a oh, what are they called?
Wives' Tale,
Yeah, it might just be a bit of a wives' tale. There's like an
Ur-
urban myth,
urban legend. Yeah,
urban
yeah.
legend, yeah. Um, but apparently that, as far as that tale goes, that's what happened. I'm
Yeah,
gonna Google it now. I'm actually interested.
so yeah, we went to Harrods. Um, Trying to think of what else we did. Oh, I finally got an actual Liberty tie. So my grandfather gave me one as a gift for getting
Hmm.
assigned to Lake and Heath, and he said to me, he goes, "Now remember, Liberty ties are very well done, well made silk ties. So
Hmm.
if you're ever going to wear a suit, a good suit, right? Always save at least one Liberty tie. Try and get one that matches your suit, and then just like keep it protected, because a Liberty tie is one of those like very rare, or at least when he ordered one, it was considered a bespoke thing, you know. And the one Liberty tie he gave me was I think loosely based off of the not the Hastings battle, but William the Conqueror, where you would have
Hmm.
the
That
angler.
is the Battle of Hastings. Yeah.
Oh, was it the Battle of Hastings? Okay, all right. Uh, I couldn't remember. But it was basically William the Conqueror and like his Norman knights. Um, um, uh, but it was more stylized. It wasn't the actual like tapestry, but it was like you saw like little knights, and they were stylized in the Norman. Like they had the mail coifs and the kite heater shields.
Yeah.
Um, kind of a deal. A really lovely
Hmm.
tie. I still have it. I'm not gonna fish for it right now, but it is a very lovely tie. Um, so yeah. Oh, bye, Sprue. Enjoy your lunch. Um, but yeah, I enjoy. Uh, if I could go back to England, I would in a heartbeat. Uh, Mainly because, like, I'm a little jaded because I met my wife there. You know.
Yeah.
Plus, I'd like to take my daughters to all the places that me and Caitlin went.
Hmm.
So. Oh, by the way, Brianna's got a new trick.
Oh
Uh,
no.
she, she she can climb up the stairs all by herself.
Oh no.
Oh,
It's over for you now.
oh yeah, no, I'm done. I'm screwed. And here's the best part. She knows how to get down the stairs. It's a bit unorthodox, but it works.
Oh no. Let me guess. She just like lets herself fall down the stairs.
Kind of. In a very weird way. So she'll lay on the stairs Superman style and just like
Yeah, and she'll just bump down. Yeah.
she'll just
Skid down.
bump down backwards, and I'm thinking, oh my god, if you bend your knees, you're just gonna start catapulting down.
How did I know it was that? Because according to my mum, that's what I used to do.
And whenever like you look at the stairs, like
Hmm.
like you can just be sitting there, right? Or, I'm sitting on my couch, right? My couch is not facing the stairs; it's facing towards the TV, away from the stairs, away from like my bookcase and all that stuff. And like she'll go run towards the door because she likes playing with the shoes and all that stuff. But then
Hmm.
like it gets silent.
And then you
And
hear.
no, 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 not even that, not even that, not even that. You hear her start giggling. And by the time she starts giggling, it's too late. She's already up the staircase to the second landing, to the two stairs, and then up to the second
Yeah,
floor.
it's over for you.
Yeah, you're just like, God damn it. So today, Caitlin, I was Morgan was having a small little meltdown, so I was trying to calm her down, and then I feel these little hands because I'm laying on Morgan's bed, trying to just snuggle up with her and cuddle her, and make sure that she's good to go.
Well, I was
And
wrong.
oh, she's going through a phase where if she doesn't want it, if something doesn't happen exactly the way she wants it, she just melts down. So
Uh,
it's a standard phase for really any preschool kid.
yeah.
Um,
Having tantrums, yeah.
yeah, having tantrums. So I was trying to be a good dad and calm her down and all that stuff. And then I just feel these two little hands on the back of my calf, and I'm looking. I'm like, oh, hey, Bree. And of course, Caitlin's like running up the stairs, like I didn't know she left. And I was like, yeah, she's quick, isn't she? So,
Got mini Corpus Corax there.
yeah, yeah.
Good luck. It's over for you. I
So,
don't know why, but like that reminded me. So back when, of course, like I even though I was like 2 and 3 at this time, I still remember this. Why can I suddenly hear myself?
or did you mute?
Yeah, I muted. It's a echo on your end.
Oh, my bad. Uh, okay, go ahead now.
Um, yeah, I can still hear myself.
How? You're not getting picked up on
No,
my mic.
I don't know, but it's throwing me off.
Try that.
I'm trying that. Still hearing myself.
Okay, so
It's
it's got to be on your end then.
No, it's on your end because I'm seeing like I'm talking and then I'm hearing myself back as you are lighting up on Discord.
Oh, hold on. Let us see. User settings. Voice. Push to talk. Try that now.
All right. Yeah, I can't hear myself now.
Okay, good.
Sorry. Back to what I was saying. So even though I was like only like 2 or 3 at this point in time, I still remember this. Um,
Can you hear
but
yourself again?
yeah, I can hear myself
God
again. That's
damn
why
it.
I
All
stopped.
right. All right, hold on, hold on. Try that now.
Okay. Still hearing myself.
God damn it. How about now?
Okay. Still hearing myself.
Oh my god. Try that now.
Need a tech priest. I can still hear myself.
God. All right, try that. Try that now.
That's better.
Jesus.
Can't hear myself now.
Can you hear me still? Can you hear me still?
I can't hear you either.
Oh, how about now?
Okay, let's try this now. I can't hear myself now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Holy hell.
We sorted it.
Ah.
It just suddenly started, and I was like, oh, why can I hear myself?
All right. Welcome to technical difficulties.
That's what I was like, we need a tech priest. Um, right, okay, so yeah, even though I was like only 2 or 3, I still like remember this. So we had a cat called TJ. He's a little black and white cat, and my dad, like our house at the time had 3 floors, so of course it had the bottom floor, the top floor where all of our bedrooms were, and then there was like an attic floor with like a staircase that went up into it, and that's where his office was. And what TJ would do was he'd go up into like up that staircase up until the attic. He'd meow once really loudly from the top of the stairs, and then randomly jump all the way down, meow again, run up and do it again.
Yeah, yeah. That sounds like what a cat would do.
It amused me. TJ was a very good cat.
All cats are good cats.
Yeah. TJ, like my parents had TJ before I was born, and according to my mum, whatever reason he became incredibly protective of me. When I was a baby, and he basically stopped anyone apart from my mother from like coming close and like picking me up or whatever.
Oh, good kitty.
Yeah, but that means he was like attacking my dad and everything. And He also at one point tried to feed me a dead rat.
Oh well, that's a good cat. That's a solid keeper right there. No, I actually felt bad for Chip because Brianna got a hold of Chip, and
Oh
Chip
no.
Chip just let out this pathetic little meow. like he's like, I know I'm if I scratch this cat, I'm about to become a leather, a frickin' throw rug. But if I scratch this frickin' child, I'll become a throw rug. But like, and of course Brianna's super happy because she gets to pet the kitty, right? So
Yeah.
she's chasing the cat, and then she just gets these two giant handfuls of cat fur. And
Ah.
she's just like looking at me, going, "I got him. Now what?" And we're just like,
Think
"Oh,
your internet's cut out.
huh. What?
Your internet like cut out.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So so she like grabs the cat and she's like smiling at me and Caitlin, going, "I got him." He's like got these two giant big handfuls.
Oh, cat.
I feels, but Chip is a trooper. Chip does good. So
Yeah.
I was talking actually about skin tones earlier. Ooh, actually,
Mm.
speaking about that, let's talk some Warhammer. You and I haven't done a Warhammer roundup in a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
Anything specific?
what do you think of the new uh, models?
Which ones?
The new orc models.
Oh, the Cruel Boys.
Yeah.
They're okay. I like the one where he's like riding the Troggoth. That's really cool. It's kind of sexy, that one. Um,
Okay, all right, sexy. That's orcs and sexy. Neve
this,
believe
this,
Neve believes
this is
orcs.
me you're talking to.
Neve believe orcs are sexy. 2020 2022.
Sometimes they can be.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the community page. And we can talk about Warhammer real quick. What do you
Okay.
think? What do you think about Warhammer Plus?
Uh, I'm a bit disappointed that like they are, they aren't putting the animations elsewhere. It feels like that they are, jumping onto the bandwagon with media empires like Disney Plus and setting up things like that. But I, I don't see the justification for it. They're charging the same amount as like Disney Plus, but Disney Plus already has like a huge vault of like films and animations and things that you have access to.
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of what I'm.
It's like, oh, exclusive shows, Warhammer TV, apps, animation, free exclusive miniature, and the Warhammer Vault in terms of like stories and White Dwarf. And it's like, okay, that's neat and all, but like those apps used to be free anyway. Those shows are all on Twitch and can be watched for free. The animation you could have like you could have like maybe got a deal with like Netflix or something and they could have got money that way from that. Free exclusive miniature, that's neat and all, but like there's nothing that too special about the miniatures. That they don't strike me as something that people are gonna want to have straight away instantly. Must have miniatures. The Warhammer Vault, once again, it's stuff that you could probably find elsewhere anyway. And in terms of the event extras, like I've been to Warhammer Fest and I've had the golden ticket, and you can just get a golden ticket if you want those event extras.
Well, not only that, but it's like this is what kind of bothers me about them trying to privatize their streaming service.
Yeah.
They're absolutely okay to do that, right?
I
It's a
mean, they
it's
already do it enough anyway on Twitch. Like, you can't use the chat without, being. subscribe to them.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? What I'm trying to
Hmm.
get at is that like you like okay, so you're 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 trying to privatize your streaming service, which again
Hmm.
is that's fine. I get it. Like a lot of people wouldn't a lot of people don't understand that, which is okay, but here we are, right?
Hmm.
To me, you can't privatize the service. In my opinion, you can't privatize a service if you don't have a service to begin with. Like
Hmm.
like Disney Plus didn't release Disney Plus until they like I mean they were on Netflix for
Yeah, and then they
the
realized how much they were making via Netflix, and the fact that they already had, the things like the Disney Vault. The there's so much in terms of like Disney shows, Disney films, and like other media as well that they've also bought as well that's come under their umbrella, so they can justify having that streaming service. And now, because of course they have the streaming service with revenue from that, they're also funding TV shows and TV series. Like it made sense for them because they already had a media empire.
yeah.
Like Disney is a media empire now. There's no two shits about it. They own ABC, they own Marvel, they own Star Wars, they own so much. They own Fox now.
Yeah.
They can get away with doing things like that because they're a media empire. Games Workshop, even though it's like, it is one of the biggest contributors to the British economy, yeah, sure, but it's not a media empire. Only so many people are going to be watching like some of the shows that are, of course, shown on Warhammer TV.
Yeah.
Only so many people pick up the White Dwarf. Like the only thing that I would have been getting Warhammer Plus for would be so I could watch those animations because I've wanted to see Hammer and Bolter for a while now.
Yeah, I mean they're uh and that's another thing is that one of the main things that I have an issue with is that they've snatched up a lot of people that have done independent um, artwork or web series or
Hmm.
animations, and they haven't fucking used them. Like
But
they just haven't. Um,
yeah.
I don't know if people remember Eagle Ordinary.
Mm.
Um, it's a great web comic, just a wonderful series. Um, uh, and yeah, just amazingly like just 100% like a good got characters were lovable, pretty funny, started out campy, but then the writer introduced or or the artist and writer introduced a new group, like a new storyline that wasn't campy, that wasn't just like taking the piss, but actually like really good. Could have been good if they let that person continue, but what did they do? They snapped him up. They snapped the owner of Eagle Ordinary up, and they were just like, "Here, you work for us now." And the only artwork that he ever did outside of the comics was the artwork at Grapevine, Texas, um, at the Warhammer Cafe there. Like
Mm.
that was it. Like you see one of his characters looking through. I think I even have a picture of it actually. Um, that I can show you. Hold on, pictures. Because I think I actually have a picture of it in pictures. Where's Warhammer Cafe?
But like you can see why they've done it. They clearly didn't want people looking for other things elsewhere.
No,
And
and I get that. Like, I understand that. Logically, I understand that, right? My issue with that kind of like take no prisoners mentality, right? Oh yeah, Warhammer Cafe. There it is. I got it. Is you now you have this artist that he had a decent sized fan following, decent sized, um, you know, ability to tell a good story, and now you're basically saying, nope, we're not going to use him. We're not gonna, we're not gonna, or we're not going to use him anymore. To hell with what this guy has done. We're just going to shelve him and only bring him out every once in a while. And it's the same thing with the guy who did the Hell's Reach animations, right? You have a person who took. I mean, it's Games Workshop IP, so I'm not hating on them. I'm not hating that this guy did it, right? I'm not hating that Games Workshop is trying to protect their IP. But what you have is GW snatching up artistic. I mean, fuck's sakes, they took what was it? They took the guy who did the Astartes series, and they've signed him into contract. We don't know if he's doing anything with them. They haven't said anything about it.
No, they have announced it that there's going to be a Astartes too.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
But no, like, okay, let's just go over what it offers. So there's the Warhammer animations. It says the weekly in-house Warhammer hobby shows, the digital vault of classic Warhammer publications and white issues, full access to Warhammer apps, which people already did have access to, but whatever. Premium access to official events, exclusive subscriber offers, a free exclusive Citadel miniature worth at least 25 quid a year, access to a second exclusive subscriber miniature, and that is £4.99 a month or for £49.99 a year if you get like the full yearly thing.
Yeah.
Now, that's the same price as Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And see, once again, I'm bringing it back to Disney Plus. The thing is about Disney Plus is it has a lot more of a reach. Like, Warhammer is a particular niche, whereas families and pretty much anyone can like find something in Disney, sit down, watch it, and enjoy it.
Well, whereas, that and Disney Plus has a expansive catalog. Like
exactly.
Like not even like
It's literally the same point I just made, but yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, I apologize. But like, to me, it's not just quantity, like the expansive catalog. It's the quality, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if Disney Plus was just modern day Disney movies, forget the classics, right? Yeah. Like, forget the animated classics that you would normally be used to, right? Yeah. Let's say they just did all the live action. Let's say they didn't release anything past, we'll call it early 2000s, right? Yeah. Anything past, or sorry, previous of 2001, they never released, right? It would still be a massive library of content,
Yeah.
right? Because you have Marvel, you have Star Wars, you have anything that Fox produced, basically.
Yeah, and it's like, and you also have to consider that they specifically made things for Disney Plus, i.e., The Mandalorian, which took a lot of work, is an amazing TV series, cost like millions of dollars to make.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
but and that was one of the main selling points for a lot of people to sign up to Disney Plus.
yeah.
Understandably, it's an amazing TV series. What does Warhammer Plus have? Uh, the animations. Well, as far as we can tell about these animations, they are going to be kind of like Love, Death, and Robots esque.
Vignettes. Yeah.
No, the anthology series. That's the word I'm looking for. When you consider one episode of an anthology series is like 30 minutes at the most.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was getting at the vignettes is that it's either a one-off or loosely tied to something else. Like like with Love, Death, and Robots, I don't.
It's called an anthology series.
Oh, is
That's
it
what
is it anthology? I thought it
it's
was.
called, an anthology series.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking vignette as in like 10 to 15 minute long video,
No, it's
and then
called an anthology
all right,
series,
all right.
where different animations, like it happened. They originally did it with like heavy metal. Don't know if you've ever watched that, but that's like
That's
the
an
original.
old cult classic.
Exactly, and that's like the
That's
original archetype of the animated anthology series, where it all has like a follow through of there's similar themes but different stories being told around that theme. With Love, Death, and Robots, it's of course it's all about technology and our relationship with that technology. So yeah, so from what we understand with these animations, they're pretty much like an anthology series. That's it. Like,
yeah,
so that there's no further content as well as that. Like, as I said with the Mandalorian, they had the Mandalorian, but also all of this other stuff. Like, hey, we have all of the, you've got daughters. On Disney Plus, they have Frozen. Imagine how many times you can play Frozen a day. Your kids will shut up. Like, there's things like that. They have all of the classics on there. They have all of the TV shows on there. They have a lot already on there, plus these other things,
yeah,
which is why it's Disney, plus these other things.
yeah.
What they've done with Warhammer Plus is they've basically taken things that Warhammer already had for free and have put a price tag on them, and then aren't offering too much above that. Like, one way they could justify it that they haven't done? The games library. Think about how many video games exist with the IP, with the Warhammer IPs.
So I did think about that. The problem is that you would have to literally get every single publishing company that made those games to sign on.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be a logistical slash legal nightmare because some of those companies that published those games are either belly up or have been bought by bigger companies. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if THQ is still around.
But like, even if they couldn't do that, then they'd be able to perhaps offer free demos to each of the games and maybe like a discount for the games. That would make sense. But there aren't, existing Warhammer films out there. There aren't existing like, well, there are actually existing Warhammer films. They're just not very good.
I mean, I saw a few of them. They were really bad and made in the
Yeah,
80s.
exactly. That's a good way. No, there are existing ones and they're bad. So scratch that point. And people would not pay, £5 a month for that.
So
I'm
this
sorry.
this is something that maybe they should do, right? If
Hmm.
they're super serious, because here's the thing, right? And this is why I don't understand Games Workshop sometimes.
I mean,
Their their whole business model is to sell little plastic men that I am painting
Yeah.
right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They did well with Black Library.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Well, it's because they tell awesome stories about the lore. And the only reason why Black Library sells really well is because if you don't like the little plastic men but like the lore, you can read the lore, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like any other publishing house. If you don't know that this story exists, you're not going to buy it, right? I could
Yeah.
tell you that there's an awesome series in Star Wars called the Rogue Squadron series by Michael
Mm-hmm.
Stackpole, right? And
Mm-hmm.
and Allison Eilson and or talk about, like, if you've never heard of Timothy Zahn and the Thrawn series, right? The Thrawn trilogy,
Mm-hmm.
like, you would never buy it, right? If
Yeah.
you didn't know Star Wars, right? If you were just brand new to Star Wars and I talked to you about the Thrawn trilogy, you might be interested in it, but unless I actually introduced it to you, you'd never buy it.
Yeah.
Never. In a million years buy it, right?
Well, yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like Warhammer, like it is a niche. It is
Like
a niche. It is a niche interest.
like it's trying to be Star Wars in its reach, right?
Mm-hmm.
In its idea. I mean, and really, you can take a look at uh, any of the Primarchs or any of the Imperial Guard officers or any character in Warhammer 40k, and it's literally the hero of 1,000 faces, you
Yeah.
know, boiled down into its essence, right? You've got the Emperor as a messianic, figure that is trying to do good by getting rid of what he thinks is the original sin, as it were, which is
Mm-hmm.
religion, right? Um, and in doing so, he's fighting the Chaos Gods, which are the big bad of 40k, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like,
What are
so,
they? Sorry.
okay. Oh well. So
We'll get back to that talking of another point. But
yeah,
no, I see the point you're trying to make, and yeah, like yeah, the thing, the words. Sorry. One of the things I've also noticed though that they're looking to advertise, they're looking to do with Hammer Plus is, oh, we're gonna do lore videos with
yeah, yeah.
these guys
So
reading it, and it's just like, okay, I can find that for free on YouTube.
I really, I saw Baltimort's Twitter post about that. He's like, "Well, I guess GW is putting me out of business. Anyone need a voice narrator?"
The thing
And
is, though, I don't think Baltimore will be out of business, or Wolf Lord Row, or TK Furies. They won't be out of business because people won't want to, pay for something that they get for free, and they can stop and start as they like and watch at their own pace.
and and and
But
and let's be honest, like, there are other lore channels like Templin Institute that aren't
yeah,
Games Workshop related, that don't focus primarily on Games Workshop stuff, but when they do, like, they just released a Lord Commander Dante video, like, not that long ago, and it's here. Let me take a look real quick because I want to actually get the number right. But I think it's like already past 1 million views or something to that extent. Something ridiculous. Like, I saw it
yeah.
and I was just like, if I could get just one of my videos past 1 million views, that would be amazing. You know?
And you've got to consider, okay, who are the people who are watching these lore videos? Most of it are people who want to get into the set and, don't quite understand certain parts of the setting. So this is how they get into the setting. And you
Oh,
know,
sorry, not a million. 55K, sorry. But the channel's got like a shit ton of subscribers, right?
mhm.
Yeah,
Can I
sorry,
get back
half
to
a
what I was
million.
saying?
Sorry,
Can I
my
get
bad. Yeah, yeah.
so like you've got to consider, okay, who are the people who watch these videos? They're people who like, of course, there's going to be some people who want to freshen up on their lore and things, but it's mainly people who probably don't know too much about that lore, and maybe it's people who are getting interested in Warhammer but need a place to start off without having someone talk down to them. So they turn to a lore video with a very friendly voice on YouTube that goes over certain things to help them understand it a lot better. And the problem is if you're offering that service in a subscription, once again, the people who are going to subscribe to Warhammer Plus are people who are already interested in the IP, in everything it offers. Therefore, they probably won't need that anyway because they already know the lore. Because they're already in that deep that they're that invested.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just like Warhammer TV, Warhammer Plus. It's a good idea. It really is. But I don't think it has a business model that will be successful, especially at the price that that's advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like they would have to really pull out all the stops. They would have to be like, we're gonna have a live action series.
Yeah.
We're gonna have, and it can't just be one, right? It's got to be, it can't just be a one and done. It's got to be like, they were talking forever about there being a live action Eisenhorn series. You
Yeah,
know,
I remember that.
with Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well,
What happened to that?
yeah. What? Well, not even what happened to that, but like, you guys have been talking about it for, I don't know. We'll call it, like hell. They introduced it back, and I want to say 2017, 18, something like that. So
Mhm.
we'll we'll be generous and give them the benefit of the doubt. You've been talking about it for 3 years, right?
Mhm.
Yes, The Mandalorian was probably like drafted back back when Disney bought Lucasfilm, right?
Mhm.
But even so, when they started advertising The Mandalorian, it came out for Christmas. Like they
Yeah.
advertised Disney Plus. Like as soon as they started advertising Disney Plus, they're like, "Hey, The Mandalorian is going to be part of it." Like when they introduced it in Star Wars Celebration, they were like, "Yeah, we were working on it for 2 years," and they got nothing to show for it, or at least Warhammer's got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
And so this is why I'm concerned because they buy all this talent through contract, right? They buy Eagle Ordinary webcomics. What have they done with that artist? Fucking nothing. Like they haven't produced a webcomic. They haven't produced a
Sorry.
webcomic that people are watching or
Yeah.
reading, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they got role models and they've got um, one other webcomic that's kind of throwaway.
Never chosen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Never chosen. Um, but that's it, right? All the other the 40K webcomics are dead. Like
Yeah.
Vainglorious was supposed to be about a rogue trader with the actual artist. That died back in I want to say 2019 was the
Mhm.
last time it was released. Was last time that webcomic was released. Eagle Ordinary died. Turn signals on a Land Raider. That webcomic died. You know, trying to think of what else. Like there hasn't been a successful product, and I don't know why. Like I don't know why when Games Workshop buys a talent and the talent just dies. I just don't know why. I have no idea
Mm.
why they sit on that talent. Again, that's something that like GW needs to learn is that, oh, we've got this talent, we should really use them, and they don't for whatever
Yeah.
reason, right? Like, and again, I know that there's probably smarter men and women in that room than you and me combined, right? Who have studied business practices, taken the time to do mind-numbing research on survey, right? But at the same time, I'm like, you guys are buying these people's contracts. When are we going to see some movement? Like you're giving the guy, the Astartes guy, a budget that's probably insane. That's embarrassingly amount. Like if they told me, hey, we're going to give you a contract to write for Black Library, I would not stop until I'm done. Like I'd just be like, hey, I'm gonna write and write and write and write until my eyes bleed. Right? It may not be good, but guess what? I'm gonna fulfill my promise. Kind of a deal. Like I might be another Ian. What's his name?
Ian Watkins.
Yeah, I might be another Ian Watkins.
Yeah, Ian
But
Watkins.
but
Sorry, I don't know why I blanked on his name, but it's like Ian
yeah,
Watkins.
yeah. I might be another Ian Watkins, but I'm gonna fulfill that promise. Kind of a deal. Um, it just like I don't know. I think
Ian. Sorry.
yeah.
I have had to read those books. Ugh.
I think to me the whole idea of Warhammer Plus, it would be good if they had content. One, if they had content. Two, content that was wide reaching. Right. Um,
Mhm.
I understand why they did Black Library the way they did because they have this awesome lore in the universe, and a publishing house 9 times out of 10 isn't going to break the bank, right?
Yeah.
Um, and turns out people like reading books. Who?
Yeah. And like I have noticed that yeah, they are doing this thing where like they are having some previous titles available to people. Don't know how expansive that library is going to be if it consider if it's all of the fucking Black Library, that would make more sense. You could expand on that even further, make it audiobooks.
Oh, they have audio. I mean, I've got almost a.
No, I know they have audiobooks, but like I'm saying, I only have a Audible um
Subscription.
subscription
Oh,
so
right,
I can
right,
listen to audiobooks from Black Library.
right, right, right.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. So you were saying if Warhammer Plus took the Audible
Included the yeah.
included, yeah, that actually would make a whole lot of sense.
Hmm.
It really would. Um, yeah, I agree. I think Warhammer Plus should like, but that's another thing that I don't. That part of me also is hesitant on is that like they are so aggressive with their IP and yet they're not at the same time. Like
Yeah.
there are a million shitty Warhammer games out on Steam, you know, or
Yeah.
just to purchase, right? you know, the only
Yeah.
thing they've done right in the most recent memory is the Dawn of War series before they got to Dawn of War 2 and 3. And then,
That's good.
huh?
Vermintide's good.
Vermin? No. But that's what I'm getting at. Like, if I was to name some games, the Dawn of War series before 2 and 3, because 2 and 3 they changed up how the game played and kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Hmm.
Like it's still they had the same concept. You build your armies and whatnot, but like instead of building buildings and settlements,
Yeah, I know.
you
Like
know.
I live around the corner from from Thundercycle. I know.
Oh, okay. Well, I did. I know I'm probably rehashing some old gripes, but still. So yeah. So there's that, right? And
Yeah,
then you have Vermintide. Vermintide was a Left for Dead clone that turned out really great, and now they're doing Darktide. I mean, Fat Shark's been hitting it out of the park.
yeah.
Um,
Which, speaking of, we need to play more Vermintide
oh
soon.
yes, yes, yes. I saw your vote, by the way. the It was funny. I was like, when Monday stream, who wants to do what? And I literally just saw Vermintide one vote. I'm like, I know exactly who that is. um,
Me.
um, so anyway, as I was saying, so you got Vermintide. You have Total War, just like CA, just fucking that. You talk about a home run hit. That's out of the park and across the city.
Yeah, well, it was a game that made sense as well when you consider like the fact that it came from a war game fandom, so
you know,
it makes sense.
and then but everything else was kind of like Space Marine, decent, not like
Not amazing.
not a well, the story was good, but the like it was just okay, right? It
Yeah,
was it
that's what I
wasn't
said. It's not amazing. Like it's
it was a good times thing. Did the job done, right?
yeah.
Um uh uh
People hate me now when I say I actually find Space Marine very boring.
really? Really?
Yeah, I don't like it. I think it's like it's okay, but I have a whole library full of games. I can play other things.
So Space Marine, it was good. It's a good time killer, right?
Uh-huh.
Eternal Crusade, dead. Like they shut the servers down.
Yeah.
Um, uh,
I mean, it was terrible. So.
well, what else?
It was so glitchy.
What else kind of died?
Oh shit. Fuck, what was that? The recent ship game with fuck, I'm forgetting what it's called.
Ship game? You mean Battlefleet Gothic? That's a good game.
That's the one. Yeah, it's a good
Really?
game.
Really? You didn't like that one?
It,
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I mean, it's not a game where people are lining up to play,
I
right?
struggled. Okay.
Oh well.
I just had issues with the UI, and like people I've spoken to about the UI of that game, like yeah, like it's not a friendly UI.
I liked it. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Like I get it. It's not the most user friendly. Um, but I do enjoy. Battlefleet Gothic. Um,
You forget though, like I'm literally here doing a master's in video
I
games. I can
know. I
tell you,
know. I
like
know. I
if
know.
if your game does not have a user friendly UI, then your game is dead.
Um, what else? Oh, Dark Millennium, the MMORPG that was supposed to be Warhammer based, Warhammer
Yeah, I
40k
mean
based.
there was like Warhammer Fantasy Online at one point, and
Well, so Warhammer Fantasy Online, I guess it got rebooted. And they're going. It's called Warhammer Fantasy. Or sorry, Warhammer Age of Reckoning Returned. Uh, and they're booting up all the old servers, and the graphics look like they were from the early 2000s. Um, but again, that's an MMO. It's not a game where you pick up like that's something that I kind of wish Games Workshop like understood is that whatever games they put out, unless it's something well known like Total War, Warhammer, and all that stuff,
mhm.
um, it's not going to get the same crowd as your fantasy stuff, or as like World of Warcraft or whatnot. Like you,
I actually disagree there. Okay, so World of Warcraft, like you're saying, oh, if it's not well known. Well, see, that goes with the whole idea that people understand World of Warcraft unless they play it, or people would understand Warhammer Fantasy if they played it, and the fancy MMO RPG if they played it. Like World of Warcraft came after the Warcraft games. It's the same way that Elder Scrolls Online came after the Elder Scrolls games. These MMORPGs did come off of already built IPs, yes, and for a lot of people, like they didn't understand anything to do with Warcraft until they started playing WoW, or some people haven't understood the Elder Scrolls until they started playing the Elder Scrolls. So I would have to disagree with that point. I do think a Warhammer Fantasy MMORPG could have worked. They just didn't put the time, effort, and money into it.
well, that's true. um, yeah. So
It was
like,
literally like a kid with ADHD being like, okay, like this is my great idea. I'm bored of this now.
yes. So that's kind of my big point is that you've got what's it called, you have um, this great idea, and like here's the thing, any criticism of Games Workshop, it's not that I want them to fail, right?
Hmm.
It's not that I want them to fail. I want them to succeed. I want Games Workshop to be successful. Why? Because the more money they get, the more toys I get, basically. That's
Yeah.
that's how this works, right? I actually
Yeah,
want
like
I
yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand me when I do criticize Games Workshop and their ideas because they're like, oh, clearly you don't even like this IP. No, you misunderstand. I love this IP and this company a lot. I just want them to be better and do better.
yeah, like I want there to be a good, like, when they announced 40 Warhammer Plus, and they announced everything, like the animations, the lore videos, the sneak peek, the extra sneak peek model stuff. Part of it felt gimmicky, right? I was
Mm,
like, okay,
yeah.
as you've mentioned earlier, you already are offering this, so why do I need to pay, 15 bucks, or I think it's 10 quid for you guys, or 7 quid. Um,
I've said it's 5 quid.
oh, 5 quid. Okay, well, $12 for me then. Um,
No, it's one second. I have it up here. So it is uh 4.99 in the UK, 5.99 for the US.
oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess it didn't scale. Um, but still, $6 for a service that part of you've already offered to me, like outside of this. Like, I get it, but again, like you're not selling something. Like you want me to buy this service. For example, I have what's it called, um, the Warhammer Battle Tome, whatever it is, battle roster thing that they just released. What was it, last year?
Yeah.
Primarily to get a free army. Didn't win anything, but still. Um, uh, but it doesn't work. Like,
Mm,
I'm literally paying $2 for a thing that doesn't work. It doesn't even add up the math right, you know?
yeah.
And it doesn't tell me if my army's illegal or not, right? It just
Mm,
says, "Oh yeah, you've got your 2,000 points, you're good. Make sure you have your warlord traits and all that stuff." It doesn't actually tell me, "Hey, the way you've built this army either violates a law that we say that it violates, like the soup law, or the, you don't fulfill all the requirements for one faction but another, right?" Um, that's another thing that Games Workshop needs to get rid of, is the keywords bullshit. Like,
yeah.
like especially when it comes to factions within a sub-faction. Like sub-factions within a faction, right? What I mean is, a perfect example is the Guard, right?
Mhm.
If I read it correctly, and someone can correct me on this if they want to, my stormtroopers cannot be led by an Imperial Guard commander, a company commander, even though stormtroopers are Imperial Guardsmen. Like, it makes
Makes sense.
no sense. Now, someone tried to explain it to me. It was like, well, you wouldn't have an Air Force general give orders to a Marine officer. To that point, I would say actually you do. Because you have what are called combatant commands, where you do have a sister service officer giving commands for another sister service to execute some sort of operation.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're
It
not
really depends on who you have at the time and what their rank is.
obviously if you're not in the military, you wouldn't know that, which I
Mhm.
get. But if you know your history, Eisenhower was the supreme Allied commander of the Allies during World War II. Montgomery answered to him directly. He didn't answer like when it came to prosecuting the European theater of war, Eisenhower was it. Like, he was the guy issuing out orders and telling people to get it done. And oh, by the way, not all of them were wearing American flags.
Mm.
You know, Montgomery had to listen to him. You know, the Free French had to listen to him. The Free Polish had to listen to him. It didn't matter who they were. If Eisenhower said, no, you need to do this, they couldn't have been like, well, you're not our general. Like,
Yeah.
so
You're not my dad.
yeah. It basically, I didn't vote for you. You know, it didn't devolve into a Monty Python skit. You know,
Mhm.
they listened to him, right? So sub-factions just kind of need to go, right?
Yeah.
Like, another thing, Drukhari, right?
What about them?
Uh,
They
you
have to go.
no. Within sub-factions, Drukhari makes no sense why homunculus cults, witch covens, and Kabbalite warriors all, like, if I have all of these factions within the Drukhari, I should be able to mix and match. Like, and not get penalized for it. Like, I shouldn't have to take a Drukhari homunculus so I can have my Talos pain engines. Right?
I mean, it does in terms of the law, because Talos Pain engines have to be, like, they have to, because, like, they only work because of homunculi.
No. What I'm getting at is that I should not have to burn I should take homunculi because, I mean, how to put it? I should not get penalized for having Kabbalite warriors as my main frontline troops for my homunculi while he has the Talos pain engines. Does that make sense? Like, if Kabbalite warriors cannot be taken as standard troops unless they changed it in the new codex for homunculus covens. It's the mandrakes and the racks, I think, that are the standard troops that fulfill that.
But because law-wise, like homunculi, cabals, and witch cults are all their own separate things with their own separate governments. And, like, it is within the law that they don't listen to each other.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Maybe I'm not as familiar. So,
let me give you some background. So the homunculi are basically a bunch of scientists.
Well,
So
scientists.
yeah, the witch cults are a bunch of gladiatrixes who torture for sport and have their own little system of government because like that's how the cults work. The cults are their own little system of government. They can be allied to cabals, but they're their own separate thing. And then cabals themselves, that they're not a military. They're literally just organized crime families.
Right, but this is what I was trying to get at, right? If you have a big bad archon with his or her swinging peen around,
Mm-hmm.
they're like the whole reason why the archon is there is because they're literally pulling together these disparate factions out of sheer charisma, coercion, and will. Like
They're paying
or pain, right? Right. So,
paying them.
oh yeah, paying, right? So like, yes, that's what the lore should be. And if you want the game to be more lore friendly, I'm all for it. My argument is that unless you should not be penalized, because here's the big issue that I had, right? I was getting penalized because my army, which was legal all the way up until 2000 and when they switched to ninth edition and all these key rules, or 8th edition and all these keywords, up until 2015, I think is when 8th edition came out. Um, Up until that point, my army was legal because
Mm-hmm.
I had my Stormtroopers as my infantry, my hardened veterans as my elites, uh, and then I had one HQ, which was my what's it called, company commander, with his support staff as part of, like, I bought the support staff with the HQ unit. Like, that was not, there was no independent character, right? The only
Mm-hmm.
time my HQ unit became an independent character, my company commander becomes an independent character, is that if his actual command staff gets killed, right? That was the only time he became an independent character. Um, and that's why I'm like, I kind of groaned when they were like, "Oh, we're gonna put keywords, so now you can't have stormtroopers mixed in with your Imperial Guardsmen, your Tempestus Scions mixed in with your Imperial Guardsmen because they wouldn't take orders from an Imperial Guard general." I'm like, that's not how that works. See, they're all Astra Militarum. Just because you name them Tempestus Scions and try and make them look cool like special forces does not mean a colonel couldn't tell them to go do something. Like, that's not how the military works. Like,
Mm.
you're still going to have somebody as the, someone over them that's going to be like, wherever, right?
Yeah.
um so like that irritated me because now I had to take a a Imperial Guard. Now I had to take a Scion company commander, or sorry, a Scion commander, and now a company commander, and now my army isn't, because this is the whole point about these factions, is that if you have multiple factions, you have less command points to spend, and command points, unfortunately, is the kind of the make or break of the game at points. Because if you're not spending stratagems, like it's going out of style, you're really hurting. Because I've actually played games where I was like, okay, I'm not going to spend any stratagems whatsoever, and I got my ass handed to me.
Like, unsurprisingly so, because stratagems
Mhm.
and command points tip the game in favor of the opponent. You know, which, like, I get it. Command point, like, having that re-roll if your dice is just absolute dead is amazing, because you're just like, oh man, my luck is shit today, kind of a deal. But yeah, like, to me, if Games Workshop wants to make the game more lore friendly, they can do that. Should do that. But at the same time, get rid of keywords, because it's just like, or if you're gonna have keywords, make them make sense. You know, hey, this faction, it operates a certain way. Here are the keywords. If you want to, or don't tie them into command points, right? I don't know. It, like, rubs me the wrong way. Rubs me the wrong way that they still have keywords. Um, because, like, they make these new models that you have to buy, and then there's that stuff. I don't know. I'm rambling now.
Mhm.
I'm being angry for no reason. My game.
Okay,
um,
Saltzpire.
huh?
Okay, Saltzpire.
Oh
Because you did Saltzpire's voice.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think.
Frankly, my dear Fuegonazis, I don't give a damn.
um. Yeah, Saltspire. You've posted cringe in the chat. Sigma, save your soul. It doesn't have the whistle. What do you mean, what about it? I'm a steam tank! Um,
It won't be the same. There's
it,
no whistle.
it's not the same. It doesn't have a whistle.
Let me find Frankly Fuegonazis, don't give a damn. It's great.
Uh,
It's like basically someone asked the voice actor if they could do this, and then he did.
yeah,
And
he is an
the
amazing.
one that you misquoted was, "By Sigma, you've posted cringe. Prepare to be judged."
Oh yeah.
I'll put it in general. There you go. Frankly, my dear, don't give a damn.
Oh, I now need to hear this.
Frankly, my dear Wagonesses, I don't give a damn.
So that, if you don't know uh, what that quote is, I want to say it was Gone with the Wind. Um, that came from that quote, uh, uh, which is I forget the actress's name who played.
Yeah, it's Gone with the Wind.
It was Gone with the Wind. Okay, yeah. So basically, the male lead basically says, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn," and walks off. You know,
Yeah,
which
his last words to Scarlett O'Hara.
Scarlett O'Hara. There we go. Good lord. Um, God, I was struggling with the actor with the actress's character's name. Yeah, frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn, and then he walks off. Um, uh, really an old kind of out of date movie. If you don't
Yeah, there's
if
certain undertones there which are
yeah. So if you don't know, if you like old movies, I strongly recommend. So if you like old movies, you can watch Gone with the Wind and enjoy it for what it is. I'm just gonna throw it out there for the rest of you guys that want to watch Gone with the Wind. It's a little dated by a lot. So,
they try to make the Confederates the good guys.
yeah, Yeah, well, that's that cult of the lost cause for you. I'm just, you got to put it out there. Have to put it out
Mhm.
there.
Mhm.
You know, not saying go watch it, and not recognize the undertones, because that's just, then you're not learning, right?
Mm. But yeah, no. The context of the line is that basically, Scarlett O'Hara's character has admitted that she loves Rhett Butler's character.
Yes, yes, yes.
And there's like, I can't remember what happened exactly, but there's like something which like she's just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now,
Oh,
and
yeah, 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 yeah. And then
he's
it,
given up on their relationship. So he's
yeah,
just like, well, frankly, my dear, I don't give a
yeah,
damn.
yeah, yeah.
It's basically him being like, fuck you, bye.
Yeah. So, yeah, no. God, we went down a rabbit hole. We first talked about Warhammer for like a good solid like 30 minutes. Now we're talking about old Americana films.
Yeah.
Come listen to us ramble as I vainly paint my models at a slow rate known to molasses. But no, I think Games Workshop has a good idea, right? Having a streaming service, right? It's the way of the
Yeah.
future. It really is. Um,
I just wish they were offering more
it's-
for that price.
and I think that's where I'm at too. It's like a lot of the stuff that you're giving us is either already out there or someone's doing it better.
Yeah.
And on top of that, right, they had this awesome idea of subscription-based models called Warhammer Conquest, and it's still not available in the United States. And I kind of looked at, and obviously the models are all snap builds and whatnot, and they're recycled assets from Dark Imperium. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have an excess of snap builds for Dark Imperium, or any sort of starter kit, right? Having a subscription-based model service is a great way to get people into the game.
Yeah, I mean, like they did it here with other things as well, like subscription. What's it called? Magazines. It was like, literally, let's start Warhammer.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Which
that's
is
what.
a good way to get kids into it.
Yeah, yeah, and it was like I think each magazine had about like 4 or 5 different models. You had you had Nurgle, Death Guard, and then you had Ultramarines or whatever you wanted to paint them as.
Yeah, and it like I think the starting issue was. Sorry, I'm just like I'm having an issue with my PC. Sorry, the starting issue was Ultramarines, and it also contained the paints for them as well.
Yeah, like, like how cool was that? And again, it didn't. It was only in England, which I was kind of bummed about because like. If you bought every magazine, if you had stayed for the entire year, right, the 12 calendar months, right, when they released it, by the end of the year, you had terrain, and you had I think it was almost 1,000 points of both Chaos and Space Marines. So you had a terrain building, one piece or two pieces, I can't remember exactly. And then you had an 1,000-piece army of both Chaos and Marines. For the cost of I think it was like I think each magazine was $12. or something like that, or not even $12. I think it was like $10 or
Yeah,
$5.
the starting one would be a lot cheaper
Like,
to
like
get people in.
something ridiculously like I was like, man, I wish I knew someone in England at the time, and I would have just basically bought them the subscription, you know.
Yeah,
And
and they still release like those every so often as well. I've noticed. Like I remember, like I think it was last year. I was minding my business and I saw it advertised on the TV, and I'm just like, huh, neat. Warhammer, I like that.
yeah. But that's what I was getting at. Is I was just like, oh, that's kind of cool. All right, I'm gonna be brave and paint this guy a different flesh color.
Dun dun dun.
Well, okay, so caveat. I said this earlier in the stream. I suck at different flesh tones,
hmm
which is why all my guys look like the pasty white driven snow. Um,
hmm
it's not that I don't. It's not that I don't like. Um, uh, it's not that I wouldn't want to have different flesh tones in my army. It's
hmm
the fact that whenever I painted one, it looked like a very, very problematic caricature. Um, and I was just
Yeah.
like, ooh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stick with white bread because it's easier. Uh,
Gonna stay in my lane.
I'm gonna stay in my lane. So, but I'm gonna give this a shot. I'm kind of scared, but I'm gonna give it a shot because I'm using Night Quester flesh. Um,
I mean, like, I'm sorry to rip into you, but like, I think it probably wouldn't have helped with the fact that your eyes are kind of looking a bit like googly eyes. I'm sorry to rip into you. The silence says it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, my lovely and dear friend who does such lovely artwork for me, who I consider a very young sister or surrogate daughter, Neve.
You can tell that I care because I tell you the truth. I mean, if I wasn't gonna say it, someone else might have said it a lot meaner and would have.
No. It's fine. Look, I know I'm never gonna get. I know I'm never, ever going to get on Games Workshop's website of, oh, you can paint this abomination too. I know that. I know that from day one. Just
Mhm.
it just hurts a little. Just my feelings. Oh look, it's there. I try not to paint googly eyes. I really try. I really try.
Like I do genuinely just want to get like some googly eyes and stick them on them. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're having this lark. It sounds like you needed it. You know what? If I can make one person happy in this world, so be it. Me and my.
So there's like a bit of a delay with like us talking and watching you on Twitch. So it's like I'm only just now seeing your reaction to what I just said.
For anyone who doesn't know what the googly eyes is, I will show you on the camera.
But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that probably doesn't help with,
Do you
not
love me,
having-
brother? Do you? Hold on, my twin just messaged me.
Your twin?
Yes.
Didn't know you were a twin.
You are on my Facebook.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that you have a twin.
Oh.
What?
Well, I won't. I'm not going to share this, but
Mm-hmm.
but just because um, it's a private message between me and.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
But
Sam.
oh, okay. It's good news. It's really good news.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
You need after. I'm so mean, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is it? But yeah, the point I was trying to make was, so yeah, that I can see why the darker skin thing might look a bit, oh no, and a bit caricature-esque.
Yeah.
If the
So
eyes are like that.
so again, it's not that I didn't try. I had a model that uh, um, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I had a model that uh, um, I had a model that I tried it on. And I was just like, it made me feel uncomfortable. So I was just like, no, I'm not gonna do that again.
Yeah,
So that's why
it's understandable.
that's why I didn't. But I'm gonna try again. And
So sorry, just looking at like your models anyway, what I do, in terms of the eyes, I can see, of course, you have gone in with white, and you've kind of left a bit of a splodge, which it's understandable. It happens with how small, like the whites of the eyes are. What I would do then is I would go back over with the skin to like get rid of some of that big splodge of white. So then it's you've got like the lower lids done and
yeah,
everything, so it isn't this big weird stark googly eye.
do you love me, brother?
It's just like the one of them which just looks like
Do you?
they just look unblinking. It's like the fishmen from Shadows over Innsmouth.
Yeah.
I know you're from Massachusetts, but you're taking it too far.
Well, hey, hey. I'm not. What? While I do occasionally like a good Lovecraft horror, I'm not that kind of enthusiast.
I know. I'm just messing.
So
And really, that's kind of like the last thing you want, especially with the whole
yeah.
don't do a racism, guys.
Yeah.
Hey
So
guys, let's not do a racism.
yeah. So It's okay. It's all right.
Is it?
It
Is it okay?
it's okay. It's all right. I'd rather you critique in the loving tone that you do
Hmm.
versus yeah.
Versus what I've had to put up with in art school. I'm joking. I
Speaking of
haven't
which,
had any bad
I was about to say you haven't had a bad
I've been pretty good.
yeah, you haven't been bad. You haven't had a bad issue with art school recently.
No. And I think, like, I'm very used to criticism being the norm because, once again, I have been in and out of art school for a very long time. So I am very aware of sometimes, like, the fact that I can be a bit biting for some people's tastes. So sorry if I come off like that.
No, it's all right. It's okay. Hold on. I just have to message.
It's okay. No, like recently I was talking to someone within the industry about my model, and they were able to give some advice, which was cool.
Yeah, I'm actually really sorry that that CA didn't hire you as their junior one of their junior model designers. I thought you were a shoo-in.
Actual artists, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen like the pictures of who has gotten in, and to the surprise of no one, it is a white sausage fest
Eh.
with like one token girl.
Ah. Well, I mean, also to the surprise of no one, that's primarily what they model is men. So, you know, I'm not like I'm not saying that you wouldn't have not done any better, but maybe that's what they look at is predominantly who they hire.
Yeah, but I also find it like a bit rich when they're going on about how we're super inclusive and everything, and we want to see more women in the industry, and then you see like this, and they post on LinkedIn who they've hired. And when I also talk to my other friends who've also been overlooked for similar roles, like my friend Nikki, who is an amazing um, environment concept artist, and like she's applied 5 times. She's won like the Rookies Award.
Oh. You mean the how who they've hired? I thought you meant their the person who their profile, like their portfolio, was a
No,
bunch.
who they have hired.
Okay. Yeah. I sorry. Allow me to amend what I had said. I mistook it as the person's portfolio who beat you was just a bunch of men models.
No, no, no.
I
Who
didn't
they've
know.
hired is just a
Yeah,
bunch of white men.
I didn't know that's what you were referring to. Again, like I think the gaming industry is starting to wise up about being a boys' club. Um, but it's it's slow going,
Mm.
and sooner or later they're gonna wise up about it. Sooner or later they're gonna realize, oh, maybe we need actual like other perspectives, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I
And
mean, it's not the first time something like this has happened to me,
well, that's true. I think
which is even more why I get so frustrated.
I
Like,
know, I know. I think you're a hell of a games artist, so I'll put it that way. You're all the models that you show on the Discord is just beautifully done. Um, especially for someone who's still in uni, who's still going for who's just finishing their masters and whatnot. Oh, Mark has joined us. So toughness 5 orcs, huh? I'm kind of embracing that codex creep though. Orcs being toughness 5 makes sense. Again, hurts my guard because we have lost guns at strength 3, and now with Space Marines having 2 wounds apiece, and now, from what I understand, orcs are about to have 2 wounds apiece. Like, it almost neuters lost guns. I mean, lost guns were a joke anyway, but now it's even more so. Like, you now have to have special weapons in your guard units to the point of ridiculousness. Like, you just can't have line infantry. Now you have to have tanks. Now you have to have support weapons and all that stuff. They were always going to wound on 5s. They aren't going to 2 wounds. Okay, well that's good. I heard different, but if they're not going to go to 2 wounds, then I'm happy with that. You are right. They would have wounded on 5s anyway, but still, kind of frustrating. But yeah, I just can't wait for them to release actual new Eldar kits, so that
would be both.
well, they're doing great with the Stormcast Eternals. I mean, and I get it, they're Sigmarines. But like they're really doing good with with how they. So you saw the Stormcast Eternal like Mark 1 when they first came out with Age of Sigmar, and
Yeah.
now it's evolved into a really stylized like
And like, so the law, I don't know if you know why they've had to change, the Stormcast have had to change, but in Broken Realms Be'lakor, he basically caused like this kind of like this storm to start, which stops I went to call them Sigmarines, Stormcast from being able to reforge, which is a big problem for them because if they mean it means like they can't reforge, then once they die, they're lost to chaos. Their souls are completely obliterated and gone, which is a big problem. So what they've had to do is they're like, right, okay, we need to not only make Stormcast that can bypass that storm front, but we also need to make them hardier so they don't go down as easy.
yeah, but that's what I'm.
Yeah, no, I'm just like explaining for those people who probably don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, that's why I think like knobs are 2 wounds and lost guns are the most efficient. Bolters are technically better than bolters, which is technically crazy. Well, no, what I'm saying is like lost guns. Like now that now that regular Marines are 2 wounds, it's harder for a lost gun. It's harder for a standard guardsman, right? Even a group of 10 of them to wound a single Marine, right? Even if they're in double tap range, right? And it's just straight lost guns. You're wounding on 5s. They have an armor of 3. You're gonna be lucky. Oh, and by the way, the ballistics of a guardsman is a 4. So just by going on sheer ratios and math, 10 are gonna hit. Out of those 10, maybe 2, maybe 3 wound. Out of those 3, you're lucky if you wound him once. That's if my ratios are right and probability is right. So, and that's if they all have lost guns, right? So yeah, it's now harder for guardsmen to wound Marines. It's now harder for guardsmen to wound, and really anything now, except for Tau. That's the only Tau, and I think NIDS, the mainline troops of NIDS, are the only, and of course Gene Stealer Cult, are the only, because I think Eldar have toughness 4. Drukhari? No, I take that back. NIDS, Eldar, Tau, and Gene Stealer Cults are the only ones that Space Marine, or sorry, Imperial Guard can wound on 4-ups instead of 5s and 6s. Because everything else is, what's it called? Everything else is toughness 4 or better. Speaking of which, what the hell is like? We're talking about Age of Sigmar kind of now, switching between the two. Where did all these frickin' new orcs come from?
Oh, they always existed. So of course, like, so the Cruel Boys are cunningly brutal. Or are they brutally cunning? Either way, it's like one of the others where usually, like, you know, with Gork and Orc you have one that's incredibly, like, big, brutal, strong. Well, these guys are just like, okay, well, what if instead of being incredibly strong, they were incredibly cunning and smart and ruthless?
Because, like...
So they've always existed, it's just they've never been expanded on before because... You know, it's kind of like how there's other Space Marines that exist, but we don't really focus on them as much.
It just kind of threw me for a loop because it was like I understood the feral orcs coming back to 40K because they were always there, just no one. Like there was even rules for feral orcs. I think they were called the hog riders or whatnot. So like that was cool that they're coming back, right? But
yeah, in Warhammer Fantasy, there's always been like different kinds of orcs and goblins and whatnot, and they're all like. They're not all the same. And this is just an example of that finally put into models, that not all orcs are these big, hulky green guys. Some of them are a lot smaller. And as a result of the fact that they've been born smaller and not big, hulking things of muscle, they've had to be a lot smarter.
Yeah.
And that's what the Cool Boys are.
Yeah. So, yeah. Super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Like, at first I was quite surprised because I thought, like, oh, are these hobgoblins? But, like, they did have hobgoblins. It's just...
Yeah.
The Cruel Boys weren't just made up of hobgoblins. They were other things.
Yeah. So, like, I think... And the fact that they're bringing back, what's called? What are they called? The pig... Not the pig slaughters. The squig guys.
Mm-hmm.
Squig
hoppers.
No. I'm talking about in 40K. The God, they don't mention it. Hold on.
I'm just gonna quickly pop to Lou. I hope you don't mind. Sorry.
No. The beast snaggers. The beast snaggers. Right. Mm-hmm. That's cool because it's the feral version of the orcs. Yep.
Sorry, I really need to move.
No. Go ahead. Wow. All right. Let's try and not fuck this up, shall we? This is my first dark-skinned guardsman after so many years of painting. Do.
Sorry about that.
No, it's
I
all
helped
right.
my roommate to get out of the bathroom.
So I guess Is Morathi now a bad guy again?
Okay, so
Because now with Belcor back,
right, okay,
you know,
so
catch me up on
let me
that.
just
Last time on Dragon Ball Z style.
so of course oh, what the fuck is his name? Not Belcourt, but the other guy.
Sigvald?
No, the other Broken Realms guy that recently came out. Begins with a K.
Big, not Kolek guy.
The big boy, yeah, I can't remember
Yeah.
his name, I'm blanking on it.
Big Centigore, but not Kolek.
Yeah, big man. 1 second. Kragnos, that's his name.
Kragnus, yeah.
Right, okay, so of course Broken Realms, Kragnos happened. In that, there's some nonsense that goes on in this one city of Sigmar, where it turns out like this Slaneshi cult has basically broken in, and they start doing a whole load of bullshit, including specifically hunting down and sacrificing elves, which Marathi got a wind of, and it pissed her off big time. Who shows up? But the two the two fragments of Slanesh that were accidentally released, and they start causing a whole lot of nonsense. Whilst these like the two witch hunters that have featured recently in the novels are also there trying to stop off like these endless spells and things. And then on top of all of that, Kragnos appears after breaking out of the mountain, and where this city is where his people's civilization used to be.
Yep.
So he's not happy, and so he starts like leading a assault on this city, with all of like these destruction guys being like, "Oh, hey, look at this big boy," and start following him and joining suit. But then who should appear but Marathi on a black ark, and she's come to take care of the Slanesh stuff because, of course, as I said, they've been killing some elves, and she's not happy about that. But then while she's there, she sees Lord Croak, because, of course, she can see through illusions and things. And Lord Croak is, of course, who captured Kragnos the first time and hid him under the mountain. And so they're like, we need to kind of deal with this. So together they make an illusion where like Lord Croak opens a portal, and Marathi makes it look like on the other side of the portal is actually where all of Kragnos's people are, and so he storms into the portal. But it turns out to be like on the other end there's this huge chaos invasion. So he's just left to fight those chaos people. He's just like, here, go fight more people.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Psych!
it's like we can't stop this unstoppable force, so let's just throw it at something else.
Classic elf tactic. That won't
elf,
bite them in the ass.
Elf and frog tactic. There was a big frog involved as well. And then afterwards, like, she helps them deal with the Slaneshi invasion and off, and the
Oh, thank you, Space Ranger.
And the Stormcast Eternal guy in charge of the city is just like, hey, Marathi, we're kind of pissed off at you because of what you did. And she's just like, yeah, but at this point in time, it would be more unfortunate to make me an enemy than to keep me as an ally.
Because here's the thing, right? Like, Marathi's supposed to be part of the Alliance of Order.
Yeah.
And her Daughters of Cain. Still kind of on the fence about why they're supposed to be on the Alliance of Order. Because they're definitely... Like, Cain's all about destruction. Like...
Murder, yeah.
I wouldn't call it murder, but still, like
No, he's literally the god of murder.
I thought he was the god of war, not murder.
No, he's the god of murder.
Oh well, shit. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway. So like to me, it's like one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know, like, And you have Medusa and all that stuff, and they're supposed to be buddies with the Stormcast Eternals, and you're just like, I don't know how this works. you know.
Yeah, like they've always been a bit of a weird sight amongst the Alliance of Order, to the point there's like comments frequently made regarding that in the Soulbound books. But, yeah, like they're just like, they are horrifying to see on the battlefield, and they're just like, good thing they're on our side, right, guys? Right, guys?
This won't bite us in the ass, guys, right? Right?
But yeah, like, she basically turns around and says that, Sigmar can't afford to have her as a enemy right now, and she's right, especially with the fact that she now has, like, god powers. Sigmar cannot afford to make an enemy of her, especially right now that he's also dealing with all of these new threats, including Kragnos, including Be'lakor. Like, as far as she's concerned, like, she picked the right time to make that power grab, because he doesn't have the there is no option for him to make her pay for it, because right now the alliances of order need as much help as they can get, and so she has made this gamble, and as far as she's concerned, it's paid off. It probably will bite her back in the arse later along down the line.
Because the thing is that she woke up Slaanesh.
No, she didn't wake up Slaanesh. She freed accidentally a part of Slaanesh. But that's actually, like, that part of Slaanesh is what she was dealing with in Kragnos. Like, that's what she came in to stop. She's basically now going around tidying up after herself.
Oh, I see.
So, really, she has a point there. She's just like, yeah, you can't really afford to piss me off right now, because you'd be dealing with a civil, given how widespread within the domains of Order the sisters, so the Daughters of Cain are, and as well as all, like, you'd be dealing with a civil war and all of these other fronts right now with Be'lakor, with, like, Death is completely restructuring itself, of course, because of what happened between Teclis and Nagash. But they're dealing with, like, a new destruction force. They're dealing with new chaos forces as well.
Yeah. By the way, I'm kind of pissed that they did Teclis and Nagash the way that they did.
Oh.
Yeah, because Nagash isn't like this guy that's supposed to get slapped around. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I understand that Heish is now that Teclis was basically the living embodiment of Heish or Hish. But at the same time,
I mean, he didn't get just it wasn't like, people clearly haven't actually read the story, who was just like, he shouldn't have just gotten slapped around like that. That's too easy. No, it's made very clear what Teclis did, and this has been a long game that he's been working up for a while. It's why he specifically goes after the books of Nagash, which completely stop him from being the powerhouse that he usually is. It completely, like, it does say that if Teclis hadn't done all of this stuff that he was doing beforehand, no, he definitely couldn't have taken on Nagash. But because he did all of this stuff, and also because he had Alariel working alongside him as well, like, that's how he took down Nagash.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't an easy thing.
Okay, so it wasn't.
And he has still been, like, really badly injured. He got stabbed by Nagash's sword, and it's implied that that's going to be a permanent problem. Like, there's, like, magic within that sword that is now lingering within Teclis. So there's a bit of a sunspot on this light god.
Okay. All right, because like how it was, at least how I was understanding it was like Nagash, because Teclis had all the books. Nagash basically became toothless and got his shit pushed in. Uh,
No, it was a really, really tough fight, and
Oh.
Teclis only won at the very end because of Alariel's intervention.
Okay.
And even then, as I said, he has been really badly hurt.
Gotcha.
But it did an important thing of bringing Death down to size, because they have been too powerful for far too long, and Nagash has been a little bit of a little shit.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that he basically fed off the death of an actual realm. like
That's the thing as well. Like, Shaish isn't actually meant to be what Nagash has made it. Nagash has made it into fucking like Tartarus, when it's meant to be not only Tartarus, it's meant to be Elysium. It's meant to be every aspect of the underworld and the afterlife, the good and the bad. But he's just made it into just this awful place that is just only exists to feed him and power him.
Gotcha.
And so yeah, he needed to be taken down to some.
So, what's your take on them basically releasing Vlad, Isabella, Manfred, and Conrad 2.0?
Okay.
No. I'm genuinely curious. Like,
No, I don't have a take. That's why I'm saying no.
oh,
I don't
okay.
really care.
All
I
right.
don't have a take. It's just
That's it.
I don't really care that much about Death. Like with most factions I don't know a lot about, it's probably, or whatever, it's because I don't care that much. But that's the beauty of Warhammer. You can choose to actually care about and focus on that.
Let's see. What else? What else can we chat?
But there was a short story that was released before Broken Realms Kragnos, which did feature Marathi and Malarian.
Really?
Yeah. It's a free short story you can find on the website.
Really?
Malarian finally appears in a story.
I
This is
mean,
his debut, actually.
I mean, but you guessed it before this even happened, right?
That he would appear at some point.
Yeah. Because he's basically it's Malekith 2.0.
No, it is Malekith. He's just got a new name.
Yeah, but I thought
It's not Malekith 2.0. It is Malekith. He's just got a different name.
But I thought Malekith died to become Malarian, because you were explaining that to me.
I mean, all of the characters died.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
Including Marathi. Like, none of them are 2.0. They are still the same characters. They're just gods now.
Okay. Oh, and all my Empire guys are just fucking dead. Meh. So upset. Sad Empire noises.
But yeah, so Malarian finally appears, and he basically starts ribbing on Marathi for what she did at Haganeth. Is it Haganeth? No, it's not Haganeth. What occurred in Akshi. But he basically appears as this shadow that can constantly change its shape and everything. An interesting conversation goes on between them where he's discussing with her, what are your next moves and things, and she's just like, no, you seem to think that I haven't thought this through, that I've just angered Sigmar without thinking about it, but I have thought this through don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about me. And he's just like, I'm not worried about you. Shut up. But then they also like have this discussion about there is, of course, this unity that they're trying to keep up with the Elven Pantheon, because, of course, they have proven now that they're a whole lot stronger together than apart, i.e., with Teclis and Alariel teaming up. But he goes on to point out how a certain someone, Tyrion, is actually testing that and testing Malarian's patience, because apparently the reason we haven't seen Tyrion is because he's been slowly trying to pick away at Ulgu's borders with Haish.
Well, he's also trying to get his body back, so I can't fault him for that.
What are you on about his body back?
Huh?
What are you on about his body back?
It isn't.
He's got his body.
Yeah, but doesn't he die every day, or is that Altharion? One of the two got the raw end of the deal at the end of.
Altharion is just a living ball of light, and that's because Archon the Black cursed him in End Times, but Altharion Sparta kicked Archon off of the edge of Haish and killed him. So
I'm trying
Tyrion has his body. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, bud.
No. You said that one of them that.
No.
No, let me finish my thought, and maybe that'll help. I was trying to figure out, because you said that Teclis was searching for a way to bring back Tyrion because Tyrion and Teclis have kind of merged.
I have never said that. No, Tyrion is still very much alive. He's just blind.
Oh, okay. Maybe
the only thing that's merged about them is that he somewhat relies on Teclis's sight, because he literally relies on Teclis's sight.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've never said that he's searching for his brother.
Okay. All right. Well,
I've never said that.
Well, I mean, we all know that Tyrion's an asshole.
Yeah. But yeah, he's basically testing the borders between Haish and Ulgu, and that's clearly pissing off Malarian, which explains one of Alariel's lines in Broken Realms Teclis, where she basically pointed out that, and she said this line, "You should really stop trying to anger the dragon," which makes sense when you also consider now that Malarian is part dragon. Or one of his forms is, at least.
Yeah, how did that work?
We're not really sure, but it's because he's the god of Haish, he can really take, not Haish, Ulgum. He can take any real, he's a shapeshifter now. He can take any form he wants, but the one form that, of course, we've got art for basically implies that he's just decided to take on aspects of his dragon, because, of course, he used to ride a dragon.
Right. So, I got that bit, but I thought Ogun was Shadow.
Yeah. Well, Ulgu is Shadow, and part of Shadow magic is illusion, shape-shifting, deception.
Because I thought Grey Wizards were different than Shadow, or were Shadow, or are Grey Wizards?
No. Grey Wizards are Shadow.
Okay, all right. Or maybe I was thinking Amber, because they were Death. One of the two.
No, Amber is Beast.
Amber is Beast?
Amber's Beast.
Oh, Amethyst.
Yeah.
Amethyst. That's what I'm. Amethyst. Jesus Christ.
Amethyst is
Death. Amethyst is Death. Oh, by the way, speaking about character updates, what do you think about your favorite bestie girl being a Wild Sisters of Thorn?
1 second, sorry, I'm just sorting out some really annoying topology. I've been playing it a few times.
Yeah.
I've started playing it. It's really interesting, and I've had a look at the lore. as to why that's happened. You have to have, of course, played the what's it called, Chaos Waste DLC to understand why she's made that decision. So, you know the voice that you hear in the Draken Falls DLC?
Yes.
That voice comes back.
Really?
That voice comes back and it starts specifically taunting, and you can hear it even in the keep before you go on the Chaos Waste expedition. It starts taunting Carillion about how Lilith doesn't care about her, isn't ever going to answer any of her prayers, and has clearly forsaken her. And it's even more hinted that she feels that way in some of the voice lines within the DLC, because she starts asking Kruber if he is in his Grail Knight form about what the Lady of the Lake looked like, which of course we know from the End Times books is in fact Lilith.
Ah, okay.
So she basically, not only does she feel abandoned by one of her goddesses, it's also like the timeline within the End Times and Vermintide is started. You know, it isn't just existing in one place. With each DLC, the timeline of what occurred within the End Times has also been moving along. And from what we understand, now within the timeline, Isha is dead and has been absorbed by Alariel, meaning Ariel is dead. Which means that she has lost both of her goddesses. She is feeling without hope and is just looking for anything and anyone to answer her prayers and help her through this dark time, because she is fully aware that the world is ending and she does not want to admit that it scares her shitless.
Yeah.
And so she has turned to the other goddesses within the Elven Pantheon who are still alive. So that's, of course, Afarti, the Morai Heg, the Pale Queen, all of these other goddesses, and has become, like, under their service, has self to them and has become a sister of the Fawn.
Yeah.
Now, usually the sisters were the handmaids of Ariel, but of course, that it wasn't always necessarily the case. They could choose any goddess to be their mistress and patron, and in Carillion's case, she has chosen whatever goddess will listen.
It's really a grab bag at this point.
Yeah. And
all right.
so...
I'm going to just show this real quick. We're just going to rotate the light. Ta-da! It's actually somewhat even. Let's see if I can do it this way.
It's only just showing up on my screen now.
Like it's
a delay.
Like it's actually somewhat even. There's actual, like, it's not. I mean, it's still kind of blotchy a little bit, but it's not cartoonish skin color.
Yeah.
Which I'm actually kind of happy about.
Mm.
Ta-da! So.
Yay!
I didn't do a poor caricature. So now I feel a little bit more comfortable. Now the next few can be different shades. I don't think I have appropriate shade for, like, the dark, like, chestnut color. But I can at least do the tan skin now, which is yay! Now my army doesn't look monochromatic. Because, they're all from Terra.
Yeah, see, that's something I've never really understood. And it's not just 40k that does this. A lot of different IPs do this. Magic the Gathering is terrible for this. Planet of the Hats. Where you have a whole planet or whatever, and they're only one race and, like, one plane with one race and one theme and everything. And it's just like, oh yes, this is the Egyptian themed plane. This is the or this is the um sorry, I'm just like sorting this out. Egyptian themed planet, i.e. Prospero. And it's just like when you consider those things have all been based around our planet, which is a planet and has such diversity. It's so strange to think about have these planets that are, of course, um, hospitable and everything, but they only have one culture and one race.
So
That doesn't quite make sense.
so I actually think here's my take on it, and it might be a bad take. Like the whole reason why Prospero and Fenris and Caliban and all these other Baal, all these other planets are mono, what's it called, monoculture, is because I think the Chaos Gods kind of had a hand in making it the way it was. And the reason why I say that is because you think about if it was a melting pot, right? Where it's, not this monoculture. If it was a melting pot, I think all the legions wouldn't have had the legionary strife that they would have, or that they did have with each other.
See, you can't really though blame the Chaos Gods though, because the whole idea is that these were societies and things that already existed before the Primarchs arrived there.
No. I get that. These societies existed while before the Primarchs arrived there. I got that like line of thinking, right? My thing is that because the Chaos Gods scattered the Primarchs, what they did was, so they're like, okay, well, all these cultures already exist. Now that we have these Primarchs here, we're gonna lean, because part of the problem was that a lot of the cultures were chaos and influenced, right? That's why the Emperor had to like really fight to get the Primarchs to sign on once he revealed himself to them. So because these societies were chaos influenced in some way, shape, or fashion, it was because that's how they became more established monoculture.
But like even then, like once again, you have to go back to this is already within the lore. Earth has supposedly also been influenced by the Chaos Gods because as long as humanity served the Chaos Gods, so once again that does not check out because you once again still have this whole planet.
I'm just
with people who live so far away from each other, and yet they've all somehow decided that they're all going to be the same Earthbound culture.
No. Like I get what you're saying. I think that maybe that was potentially written in somewhere and they just forgot.
No, I know why it exists. It's easy. Like,
yeah.
That's why. It's just easy. I just find it funny. That's the point I'm making.
Oh, I see.
It's a frequent trope that is used a lot in a lot of different IPs and a lot of different writing. And it's easy to be like, yeah, this is the world that's themed around this. This is the world that's themed around that. And you do have to just, stop and think, huh. But, like, our world exists, and it's a melting pot. So, how has this happened? And, you're not meant to think about it like that, but you do, and you're just like, huh. This is a bit of a stupid trope, but, like, we still keep doing it. that's why I gave the example of, it happens in Magic the Gathering a lot. Like, Tarkia is the different Middle East and Central Asian themed plane.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a bit of a melting pot, though. To be fair, like, actually, out of all of them, that is probably one that is a bit more of a melting pot because it's a mixture of Mongolia, Tibet, Thailand, and of course the Middle East, and then there's like the steppes and everything. So yeah, that one is a bit more of a melting pot, but it's still along the same lines. What about the other places? Surely there are other places, and like, I know they had to address this with Innistrad at one point because that is the Gothic horror themed plane.
Yeah.
And of course, that is filled with white people. But then, of course, when they revisited Innistrad, they're like, yeah, we're gonna like have some black people and that now. And of course, then you had people like, well, if this entire world is exactly like this and it's exactly themed around this, why are there suddenly black people? Because the sun, pretty much never shines in Innistrad. It's just like, oh well, because there are other places abroad.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So everything we always focus about in this entire plane is always in this one area, and there's more. The fuck? What are those other places like? Why is like everything world ending and everything focused here? What the fuck is going on? And yeah, it's just funny. And I like ripping on Magic the Gathering because it has bad writing, and yeah.
I mean, Warhammer has some pretty atrocious writing too.
I know. That's why I'm picking on Warhammer too.
Sometimes I wonder, like, whenever they introduce a new codex and they write a new character that we've never heard of. Like, I get it because you want to buy the model, but it's like God damn it! I wish they did build up to it. Like, I want established. Like, I don't want in
A
my
random Joe just suddenly named.
Yeah, well, not just that, but I don't want my stories to like it needs to make sense. Like, it's okay that again, I'll use the guard for example. It's okay if you have a random guard hero show up in a codex because that makes sense. That checks out. There's thousands of Imperial Guard heroes every day that either survive or die depending on the day of the week, and so like that checks out. But like when you talk about Yvrain or you talk about or you introduce another Space Marine hero that slayed 1,000 demons or whatever the case might be, it's like, well, we never heard of this jackass. Like, and he happens to be best buds with Rabute and they go out and have beers on Saturday nights. I'm like, chill for a second. Like, I was actually surprised that Dante became the Lord Regent of Imperial Nihilus. Like, I literally just found that out. Okay, now it might be in the Blood Angels Codex, which is fine. Like, I don't have it, so that's why I didn't find out about it until recently. But it's like, if you were to take that realization that, oh, hey, Dante's now the Lord Regent of Imperial Nihilus, and then you were to say, oh, but now he has this awesome second in command that's like Marneus Calgar, but you know what I'm getting at? But we've never met we've never met this Blood Angel Marneus Calgar. Like,
Marneus Calgar is a Ultramarine.
No. But I'm saying, like, no. What I'm trying to get at is like, how do I explain it?
I'm pedantic, you know this.
I know. But I'm also bad at explaining things.
you have a Marnius Calgar-like person now being introduced in the Blood Angels.
I mean, Dante's been there for years.
No. I know Dante's been there. I'm saying whenever they come out with new codexes or new characters, right? There's never any build-up. And that's why I hate that's why I dislike it. That's why I think it's bad writing, because you never get build-up when it comes to either a new character or a new plot point. It's always here's this new codex, here's this brand new character. He or she is awesome, and you just have to take our word for it. I'm just like, that doesn't help us. Kind of a bit. Like, I think that's bad writing. Whenever you introduce a new hero, and the answer is, oh, just trust us, and here's his awesome stat line. Here's their awesome stat line, kind of a deal. That's why I don't like that. I don't like bad writing like that. Unlike Magic, where yes, they have bad writing, but they also do build up. Like, Innistrad didn't turn into Innistrad right away. There was build up to Innistrad, kind of a deal. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but like that also doesn't really go back into the point I was making with that they're like, oh yeah, let's add something here, and it's like, this is our planet, the Hats, but it's not a planet of the Hats, and it's like, then what is it? What is it, guys? If not a planet of the Hats, what's going on here? You gonna show us that? No? Okay. And just squint. Like, I liked Innistrad. Innistrad was my one of, well, obviously because it was the
Holy hell! I actually made eyes that don't look googly.
Dun dun dun.
Well, bam.
But yeah, like, I liked Innistrad. It was my favorite. Like, I'm just gonna say liked because it changed. It was my favorite world because, of course, it was Gothic horror. It was vampires. It was also angels and things. And Avacyn was, of course, one of my favorite characters. But then Shadows over Innistrad happened.
He doesn't look googly.
You're just not listening to me, are you?
No. I'm actually really proud of it. Well, but that's what I'm getting at. Like, we get introduced to Innistrad, and then Shadows of Innistrad happened. There's build-up in between the two storylines.
But the build-up wasn't good, and I'll tell you why it wasn't good.
All right, lay it on me.
How much do you know about Shadows of Innistrad and what happens?
I know that an eldritch god basically came and tap danced on a bunch of vampires. Like, that's basically the story. Vampires tried to start some shit. They woke something up, and then it. Oh, okay.
That's not what happened.
Okay, well.
Okay. So what happens is that there's this character called Nahiri, and like, she had been shown a few times before because she was one of the people who had helped seal away the Eldrazi, who are said, eldritch horrors on her home plane. And she did it with help from Soren Markov, who is from Innistrad, and Ugin, who is from Tarkia. Ugin is the giant spirit dragon. Well, he's not from Tarkia. We actually find out later that he's Nicol Bolas's brother. Whatever. Big spirit dragon guy. Anyway, back to what I was saying. After, this is 1,000 years before the story even happens. Before that, we are shown a Nahiri is an incredibly kind and compassionate person who, after dealing with an incursion of Eldrazi slowly trying to break out, she is very curious as to why neither Ugin or Soren Markov came to help her, and she is very concerned about them. And also, she has slowly started to learn what it is to be alive again, given that she is like immortal, and immortality had been taking its toll on her to the point that she literally slept for 1,000 years because she just couldn't think of anything else to do. She was that bored. So she goes to Innistrad to find Sorin. That's where we last left her off. Well, the prelude was, within that 1,000 years before all this happened. She gets to Innistrad and finds out Sorin has just made Avacyn. Now, Avacyn is an immensely powerful angel that he has created to help the mortals of the plane of Innistrad have a fighting chance against all of the monsters and horrors of Innistrad. Because literally, ever since the vampires had been created through a blood curse, they have been picking off the humans and overgorging, and humans have there's a chance that they will go extinct. And even though Soren is a vampire, he understands that he used to be human. He doesn't want to see his family, completely kill off their food source and then, of course, go into killing each other. But he has learned to really care about maintaining balance. Like, that's his whole thing. He's a black and white character about maintaining balance. So he created Avacyn to, of course, deal with all of that. And as I said, that took an immense amount of energy and power. Not only did he make Avacyn to protect and deal with all of the horrors and problems within Innistrad, but he also made her as this barrier tied to the very plane's existence, which stops things interfering from outside of Innistrad as well.
Right.
Whilst he was doing that, he had passed out after he had expended an enormous amount of energy creating this creature. And he is literally been out cold for possibly a month, which is when her SOS went through. Now, because of that, the fact that he's been out cold, as well as the fact that Avacyn has been made to protect the plane, the signal was dampened, and then of course he didn't really hear it at all, and he probably wouldn't have been of any help anyway, given the fact that he was out cold. Now, as I've just mentioned to you, Nihiri up until now has been characterized as who is very compassionate and understanding, and you'd think she'd understand that, that explanation.
Right.
No, for whatever reason, they have her fly off the handle and randomly go around trying to destroy Avacyn and destroy Innistrad unless for right now, despite the fact that there's no point of him coming with her right now because she's already dealt with the problem. So Sorin gets really irritated, and not only does he get irritated, he is aware that she's literally threatening to destroy his home, and so he's just I am not putting up with this. This can't happen. She's trying to destroy my creation, which literally just, that was an immense amount of energy, and I don't know if I could create her again. And she is threatening to destroy my home. I need to put this bitch in timeout. So he does. He basically has her locked away in this other thing that he's used as a way to help Avacyn deal with the horror problem and, the demon problem and the monster problem on Innistrad, because he's made this thing called the Hell Vault. And it's just this giant slab of the moon of Innistrad that he has pulled down from space and has imbued with magic to basically make a miniature realm of this demi plane, which just locks things away. And he locks Nihiri away in that. Now, what happened in the original Innistrad story was that after fighting a very powerful demon, Avacyn had basically, she was in the process of locking this thing away in the Hell Vault when he managed to, this demon managed to grab hold of her and drag her into the Hell with him. And as a result of that, when Liliana Vest arrived back on Innistrad, it turned out that demon that had, dragged Avacyn in with her, with it, was also one of the demons that held a hold on her contract to her soul. And she wanted to kill that demon, so she convinces this one guard, because of course she can't do it herself because she's touched by dark magic, therefore would just be absorbed into the Hell Vault, that she is going to get this guard to destroy the Hell Vault, and she does, and it frees the demons and everything. It frees Avacyn, but Avacyn comes out back even stronger than ever and is able to like kill the other demons that have escaped. And Liliana kills the big demon that she was going after, obviously.
Right.
But who else gets out? Nahiri gets out. Nahiri goes to her home plane, which is Zendikar. Zendikar, in the meantime, gone over an Eldrazi incursion after Nissa accidentally released the Eldrazi, because she thought that if she released them, they wouldn't eat Zendikar, they'd just leave. That didn't work out.
Clearly.
And so like Nahiri sees this, and her first thought is, I'm not going to ask anyone what happened here. I'm just going to think it's Sorin's fault and blame Sorin.
Oh.
So what am I going to do in response? I'm going to go back to Innistrad and summon one of those eldritch creatures and destroy Innistrad, so he knows how I feel.
Oh, good.
So we've gone from incredibly compassionate person who wants to stop the Eldrazi to this.
Yeah, that's a problem. But I will say, as like rash as that all is, it's still
There's some setup, but it's just like it's still bad writing.
I still feel that there's a little bit more setup than kind of what
there was more setup. Yeah, there were several years worth of setup, and you could see how it happened.
Yeah,
but it was still very stupid.
No, sure. I like that kind of a character switch is super jarring. But again, that's something.
More stupid though. Then the fucking fandom turned around and thought that Nahiri was the one in the right, despite the fact that she had clearly like woken up and chosen violence.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves it when someone wakes up and chooses violence. Let's be honest.
They're like literally, people were arguing with the lead fucking like game designer, Mark Rosewater, because they refused to believe that Nahiri was the bad guy.
Oh, well.
In this situation. They're like, you don't understand, guys. Like, she's like, this is something someone literally said, and this is why I fucking checked out of the fandom. Guys, you don't understand. She's punching up because Sorin is a straight white male. He has to be the one who's in the wrong.
I mean,
okay, yeah, I get you want to see, you don't want to see straight white men and everything anymore, but like, I don't think the person to like help you out with that is someone who's committing genocide on a whole planet. Bit of a problem there, bud, don't you think? And maybe don't have a go at the fucking lead game designer when they point out that it's a bit flawed there. That logic you got there, bud. So what do you got there? That sounds like a hot take. I'm surprised when the person who came up with that was a radical feminist, who has also since gone on to prove themselves to be transphobic, from what I understand. So
gross.
Gotta love rad femmes. I'm being sarcastic.
Like,
Now you understand why I left.
No, I just don't like it when people like. I want people to champion, to be passionate about you know rights, right?
Yep. Yep. Yeah. No, I get that. This isn't the way to do it.
That and like don't then turn around and tarnish your your talking point with hatred.
hmm
That's all I'm getting at. Like I understand concerns, but if you then become exclusionary and act on your fears, you're not helping anybody.
hmm
You're hurting them. Like
hmm
like I don't I hate turfs. God, I hate turfs.
What didn't help as well that so Magic the Gathering you on this all occurred on Tumblr, by the way. Uh, to the surprise of no one. So on Tumblr, Magic the Gathering had a community team, and they were clearly buddy buddy with this girl, and were kind of like bigging her up and encouraging her to like preach and whatever, which meant that you you had this story that was trying to be told, and it was a flawed story, but like the reason I don't like it that much is more because of the way that like what happened in terms of the fandom during this story. Especially because they then started to target people who did like Soren.
Oh,
Guess who
well,
that included? Yeah, I got death threats because I liked a hot vampire.
well, jeez.
Yeah. But yeah, so you had like the community team kind of like bigging this girl up and like hashtagging some of the little battle cries that she had, where like in one of the stories, though it is clearly framed that these people are being misled by Nahiri and aware that she's the one who's actually causing all of the destruction to their world. They call her the glorious Queen of Vengeance, and that became kind of like the battle cry of these fucking rad femmes who are just like, yeah, destroy the straight white men.
Oh, well.
It's like, okay. Um, and they were just like, yeah, totally righteous and everything. It's like, you do realize your big heroine here is actually causing a whole lot of genocide. Doesn't seem like something heroes would do.
Well, I mean, so I'm gonna take a take on that.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, a lot of heroes, ours or
No, but see, the thing is, this is a character who is not the hero of the story.
oh no what
She's not the hero of the story. She was never meant to be written or read as the hero of the story. But this stupid girl on the internet refused that her take was incorrect, and therefore went around punishing people, including the lead head designer, when they disagreed with her. That's the problem.
Because I can make an argument that no, heroes do unfortunately commit a lot of genocide.
No, this is a character who is deliberately framed
Oh,
as being
gotcha.
the villain in this
As
story.
as being the villain in the story. Gotcha. Yeah. No, that I just I don't know. A walking horse head.
Like, it's It's not, oh, she did this by accident. It's she deliberately chose to summon an eldritch horror onto this plane and also, you know, cause the events which caused a whole lot of destruction. She killed a whole family, like a bloodline of vampires and things, which, you know, in itself, okay, they were vampires, maybe not so bad, but then continue to like cause absolute utter destruction in multiple ways to this plane filled with innocent people who have in no way wronged her.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, like no. She is the big bad.
She's the villain.
Yeah. She is the villain. Like don't get it twisted, folks. She is the villain, kind of a deal. No, I get
Yeah.
that. I get that. I'm just like, I was just making a point externally that unfortunately, in many like conflict sagas, heroes do commit a lot of genocide. Which I get that that's part of story writing, which is again unfortunate, because you don't like. There's other
I mean,
ways.
though you'd have to ask with like those situations how much of that was done as a purposeful choice, or how much of that was just the price of war.
So that's a really good. That's a really good like conversation. So like, we talk about. Just use Lord of the Rings for example. The Urukai,
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, uh, the 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 whole Fellowship of the Ring just goes through goblins and orcs and Urukai like it's fucking, a Sunday morning drive. Like
Mm-hmm.
I get that the Urukai were the bad guys, right? Because they were genetically manipulated to be bred to be the killing machines and whatnot. Like they did not have independent thought. That's why when Sauron sent what's his name, Lurtz, like
Mm-hmm.
made him the Urukai commander. It's because Lurtz had a higher cognitive function than the rest of his brood brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can say that, hey, that's bad writing. That's really not that's really uncomfortable. Like that you're touching on some not so nice topics, etc. Not arguing those points. Um, I'm just simply saying that, you know a lot of like the heroes when they go through these moments of war and combat and tribulation, um, we as the reader don't really give thought to the consequences therein, which is
Mm-hmm.
why.
Which that would come into what I would call, though, you know, okay, but that sounds to me like the price of war, because let's be honest, if they hadn't taken those actions, then their lives and the lives of many others would be in danger.
No,
No, what
no.
Nahiri does is not the price of war. It is a decision that she makes, that she is going to cause this much destruction, this much death, this much suffering,
Ah, I see.
because, you know, as far as she's concerned, this is her vengeance.
I'm actually going to take a picture of this model because this is the first time I've actually painted uh, a different skin tone, and it actually doesn't look like an awful caricature. I'm actually really proud of this.
So yeah, like these innocent people aren't doing anything to Nahiri, and yet she appears and completely destroys their lives.
Yeah, no, I that's. that's interesting because, like I said, I haven't been paying really attention to Magic the Gathering lore wise since the invasion of the invasion of the Phyrexians.
Yeah, on Dominaria. Yeah.
Yeah, which that was an awesome series.
Oh yeah, old Magic the Gathering stories
Oh
are
my
great.
God, that was just. I mean, I felt bad that Gerard died and Urza died, and basically everyone that I really loved and cared about just fucking ate it. Um, but it was such a good series. Like, and all the ancient dragons basically came and it was like, all right, let's fucking party. Some,
The Dragons.
yeah. I loved that. I loved that series. Just such a good series. Like, as bad endings go, like when the bad guys win, that was art very well done. Because, like, you kind of saw it on coming when they said, yeah, all of Phyrexia basically just took all of their necromancers and marched into Dominaria. Like, you kind of saw the writing on the wall, but it was still a surprise, and then it didn't feel forced. You know, it was like, oh well, because when Planescape came after the Invasion series, they basically explained, yeah, no, they blew up Dominaria, but in doing so, they've opened up all these new portals.
We blew up Phyrexia, not Dominaria.
Oh, sorry, Phyrexia. They opened up all these new portals.
And they have to destroy all the portals by
Yeah.
giving up their lives, yeah.
Yeah. And like, that was kind of cool. Like, in the end, the bad guys won, just not in the way that they wanted.
Yeah.
You know. And I think that is,
Amending, yeah.
yeah, that's really commendable. It's just like, oh man, I didn't see that coming. Fuck, you know. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I really do. So yeah, there's that. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna post these pictures. I only have done one model tonight. I am super slow at painting.
By the way, I might scoot off soon because I need to cook dinner. I also need to call my mum.
Oh yeah, no, please do that. I'm actually it's almost 2 o'clock here, so I'm probably gonna punch off, and because my wife has unfortunately has to go into work tomorrow, even though it's a down day. All right, well, thank you everyone for joining me for this slow painting episode. I know, I know, I know it's been a kind of slow ride and whatnot, but I appreciate everyone who is watching. I guess you can only see once responses are made, which makes me look like a bigger dummy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Scott. I didn't see all these responses because I was busy with.
Wow.
Oh man, no.
What have they been saying?
Hold on. Let me scroll. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Scott. I've been paying attention. I promise. Hold on. What is it? Where is it? Okay, hold on. I remember Pathfinder Kingmaker had certain actions and alignments which attach them to lawful good, where it catches, where genocide was always the choice. Hold on. Oh God. I'm so sorry, Scott, that I didn't see these until you just posted these. Golly. Makes me need to double check and refresh the chat every once in a while. Okay, hold on. Okay. Sounds like 40K, all right, yeah? Now I really regret not being here earlier. Take a long time for a recap. I remember in Pathfinder Kingmaker, there were certain actions that had alignments attached to them. Lawful good option, encountered evil creatures in your lands. Genocide was always a choice. Yeah. I guess you can only see my responses here, making me respond. Says nothing super important promised. It's all right. I jumped in super late. Yeah, no, I didn't have my camera up and running. Notice talks about fandoms, and there's about context of fandoms. Talks about moral choice. Yeah, no, we were just talking about like so fandoms and who they perceive as the good guy, right? My kind of take on good guys, particularly when it comes to like fantasy writing, is you cannot genocide shouldn't be the default. like
Yeah, what I was talking about in terms of like genocide, I think like you've probably heard it now, but was the character I'm talking about. There is in no uncertain terms that this character is doing a bad thing.
Yeah. Like that's what I was trying to get at. Is that like when you look at a hero and they're doing something, they're either making war or they're fighting a conflict and whatnot. It should never be to the point where you're just like, I don't like. They should at least good writing. A hero should at least moralize what they're doing, not rationalize, but actually like really think about what they're doing. Like, am I the monster that I need to be for the greater good, kind of a deal. Like they have to have some sort of, in my opinion, they have to have some sort of inner dialogue of,
which is what I was getting into, like about there's the consideration of okay, but the price of, and a good story that goes into this is actually one with Korax. I'm going to bring up Korax because he's like the most underrated Primarch. Like, okay, so in his founding story, whatever, I am blanking on words.
Deliverance.
Yeah, before Deliverance was known as Deliverance, they of course had to lead a rebellion against Kievar, which was the planet below, and the only way to finally get that like they had to basically make the decision that sadly the US had to make at the end of World War II. We have a bomb here and it will kill thousands of people, some of whom, millions even, some of whom are innocents. But it will end the war and stop so many more innocents dying.
Right.
And he has to make that choice. And he does make that choice that he's going to basically nuclear bomb that capital, the then capital of Kievar.
Ah, okay.
He isn't happy with the fact that he's made that choice, and that choice weighs heavy on him the rest of his days, to the point that, like, Kurz mocks him about it all the time. He's just like, "Oh, you think you're so moralistic and upright in terms of being this beacon of morals. Yeah, I know what you did. You're just as bad as me." And he's just sort of like, "Yeah, but the difference is that he didn't want to do it."
Yeah.
But he had to weigh up that, okay, if I do this one terrible thing.
Yeah. I mean,
he found no joy in it. Like, yeah, okay, like the fear tactics that the Night Lords do is in a similar way. That they do it to stop like wars breaking out even further because people are so scared of them, they wouldn't dare think about fighting them even further.
Yeah.
But the difference is,
so Scott
Night Lords enjoy it.
Yeah, the Night Lords do enjoy it. It's more sport than, I mean, it's sport plus tactics. So Scott makes a good point. if we keep going to the end of Dune, where the villains are defeated and Paul's forcing the Emperor to bring him into the family, and then he realizes he's now a revered figure of the warriors of Arrakis, and they're going galaxy-wide jihad, and then he realizes that he's powerless to stop it and weeps. So you're talking about not just Dune itself, so like the first book, but you're talking about the Children of Dune, which is the second book, and then I want to say the Heretics of Dune, which is the third book. And then there's God Emperor of Dune, which lays the foundation for like the fact that the Atreides become like the Emperor worms of Arrakis, or something to that extent. I haven't read all the way through, but I do know that storyline where they go, where the Fremen go on basically a jihad, spreading the galaxy. I think that's in Children of Dune. I want to say that's in Children of Dune, and they touch back upon it on Heretics of Dune. Yeah, that's a great point. I want, like, in writing, I want a character to moralize. Like, you should always have the why we fight in a story. But in addition, especially if the conflict is of a wide scale, like Lord of the Rings or hell, even The Hobbit, right? Mm-hmm. Which is more of a treatise on World War I than it was on World War II. But like that kind of, like, if you have a conflict in a story, you should even including an RPG, a character should sit down and moralize, not necessarily moralize, but
consider the weight of what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're playing as a morally ambiguous character or an evil character, in which case you don't need to do that, or the character in the story is morally ambiguous or evil, like you don't need that. But you should always have your protagonists have a moment of self-reflection,
Yeah, and this is one of the many reasons why I mentioned that I really like Cormax. Like, he's an incredibly complex character, and he has that moral ambiguity where he's just so like, am I becoming what I've been fighting against?
Yeah.
Am I the monster now?
Yeah. I'm 100.
And that's, of course, where his depression comes from.
Yeah, I'm 100% okay with pure evil things in fiction because I love my morally gray stuff. Paul was a hero that stopped true evil but lost control and saw his own people commit horrific acts. That's why he couldn't stop in the name of peace. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I know you've read the books more than I have. I really should read the Dune series one more time. I did enjoy the Dune series. So
my ex is a big Dune fan.
Are you a Dune fan or?
No, I said my ex was a big Dune fan.
Yeah.
Don't worry, if this is an ex, I am still friends.
No, just it's fine. But yeah. Anyway, you got to get going, call your mom, and then I got to go to sleep. Thank you all for watching. Like I said, I'm sorry I haven't been painting as quickly as I should be. But he's done. We have our first actual Yeah, our first actual different complexion person of color, Imperial Guardsman. And I'm kind of glad I got over my fear because I didn't think I was going to do it correctly. Yeah, I'm actually really, really, really proud of how it turned out, and the rest of the Stormtroopers are going to be different colored, different skin tones and hues, and my army's no longer going to be monochromatic. So, which is fine, and I'm happy about that, because the Imperial Guard is from all worlds, and and even something as homogenous as Terra. Um, they
So don't make them a Planet of the Hats, guys. Getting
yeah,
back to our original point.
yeah. Even as something even as big as Terra is, it's not homogenous. Um, uh, and yeah, there's that. So, yeah. So thank you everybody for joining me. Um, I'm probably not going to do another painting session live stream for a bit because I'm slow, and while I am able to talk to people while I paint, I do get distracted. But
I'm sorry.
no. It's not just you, Neve. It's anyone who joins the chat. But if you guys just want me to paint and not talk to you, and you just want to see me just plug away, I will totally do that. You just got to leave a comment, or talk to me on Twitter or whatnot, or on Facebook, and say, hey, no, I really do like talking to you, but if you're gonna do the stream for painting, just paint.
No talkie.
Yeah, no talking. And then the chat can just talk amongst each other, um, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. Oh, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Neve is my new moderator for Twitch.
I mean, I've been your moderator for a while now.
I know you have, but but I don't think I made the announcement. So
Okay.
so now that she is a moderator, so
They.
um, I'm just gonna say this: if you want to join in games, if you want to join in chat and be a productive member of the community, I'm more than happy to invite you to games. It is invitation based. Don't just come jumping into the game and saying, hey, can I join in? I want to get to know you first. It's not that I don't want to play with my community. It's I need to vet people because I've been burned before. And I promised myself never again. And um, you just have to respect that. Okay? It doesn't take much. Be a member of the community, be active on Discord, get to know me, let me get to know you, and we're good. There's nothing sus about it, quote unquote. It's 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 just me vetting you. Okay? If you have an issue with that, I understand. But there's a reason.
Also, if you argue with me with your issues about that, you will get blocked because
Yeah.
these are the rules.
Yeah. It's because I have to be choosy. I wish I wasn't. I wish I didn't have to be choosy, but I do. So, if I'm playing Valheim, if I'm playing The Forest, if I'm playing any multiplayer where it's open world or whatnot, please, please, please be respectful. When you ask, you can always ask. You can always ask, "Hey, may I join in?" And I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell everyone on every stream. Be active in the community. Let me get to know you, and then you can join. Okay? It's not hard. It really is not hard. Um, the amount of effort you put in is the amount of effort I'm going to give you. That's basically how that goes. Anyway, my name is Commissar Hecht. I will see you guys. Links to Discord / anything else. Well, you were on YouTube, but I'll definitely tag it in this one real quick. I know it's on the YouTube videos. Let me find it. Just hit the invite real quick. Invite people. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just tag it on everybody's on the video. Bam. Bam. And we'll do it on Facebook too, even though everything's on the Facebook link as well. But you know what? I'm feeling generous. Bam.
Mhm.
There we go. So, please, 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 be a member. Be active. You're always welcome. Just understand the rules and regs and don't piss off my moderators. Simple as that.
Got a very short temper.
Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. I appreciate everyone that's watched. My name is Commissar Hecht, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. Bye-bye.